Court will come to order. It is Monday, March the 27th, 2023. It's 9 o'clock in the morning in the Kerr County Commissioners Court. Now in session. If you would, please rise for prayer and pledge. Be led by Commissioner Blue.
Lord, your word says that it is you who has made us and not we ourselves. Help us to always remember that and to realize that you are watching. We ask that you'd help us to love our neighbors and our friends, our community, as ourselves, and that you would use us today, all together collectively, for the glory of God. We thank you. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Ask everyone to turn your phone off or to silence so it doesn't interrupt the proceedings. And with that, we'll go right into the public input. I understand we have some people here this morning for public input.
Yes, I've handed you some.
Kitty Ocker.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Kitty Oker, and I live in Kerrville. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for authorizing the workshop regarding electronic voting machines that was held last week. You heard a very detailed presentation, an excellent presentation by Bob Reeves, who explained that his staff works within the law using state-certified HART intercivic electronic equipment. I have a few points to make about the machines. The HART machines are manufactured in Austin, but the components come from overseas, including China. In the words of the HART Vice President, any system can be hacked. Texas law requires that all votes be backed by paper ballots by 2006, and the HART rep was very proud of his picture that showed a comparison between currently used ballots and the new revised ballots. He made a point of telling us that the currently used ballots include barcodes, which can contain a lot of data. And in the second ballot, the new revised, he made a point of telling us how the barcodes had been removed, which they had. They were replaced by a QR code, which can contain a tremendous amount of data. The HART rep stated the ballots should be readable with human eyes and should not include embedded barcodes, yet the new revised version included a QR code. In addition to the mechanical issues with machines, please consider your budget. Has anyone compared the cost of maintenance and upgrades of electronic equipment with that of paper ballots that are sequentially numbered and signed by an election judge on counterfeit resistant paper? Because electronic machines are just that, they're machines that must be purchased, maintained, and upgraded by third parties. To ensure accurate, transparent, and auditable elections, I strongly urge you to examine the benefits of sequentially numbered paper ballots pre-printed on counterfeit resistant paper and signed by an election judge. Thank you.
Hi, Luke. If the matter is on the agenda, you need to wait until we call that agenda item. Now, that was my problem. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
That's fine.
You call me that.
But is there anyone who would like to address the court for a matter that is not on the agenda?
That's what I thought too.
I've got 1.12.
That's cybersecurity for the county employees. Is it 1.23?
What
Nothing to do with election integrity.
Okay.
That's the general for employees, cybersecurity training.
Okay, and the next one is Nikki Kerr.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Nikki Keynes, and I agree with everything that Mrs. Oker just said, but I would like to present more of a personal testimony. I have worked with the registrar's office all last year on all the elections, serving on the signature verification committee as well as the ballot board. And what I realized through that time is that the number of mail-in ballots, in my opinion, is way more than necessary because the law allows anyone over 65 to come to do a mail-in ballot. What I found through the verification process is there were many people who had not filled out their ballot envelope correctly. We had to call them and ask them to come in and fix it. If those people can come in and fix it, I would just like to say that those same people maybe shouldn't be using a mail-in ballot, and it overworks both the staff, and I find it unnecessary. I would also like to say that the e-poll books that are used at the election facility, I don't believe that they are reliable, and my personal testimony is that I voted at the in the primaries last year at our polling station using the e-poll book. When I went in to do the runoff vote, I was told I was not on any roll. And I said, well, how can that be? And it always, from what my experience is for after a year, it always comes back to human error. And I say, if there was not an electronic poll book, if there was a paper poll book, then there is a way for myself and any other voter to say, look, I voted. Because right now, it's my word against a machine. And I think that is implausible, and if you do not want to disenfranchise any voter, again, I agree with Ms. Oker that the way to do it is to do everything old-fashioned, paper book. Somebody checks you off, you vote. I voted by paper ballot. And when I voted by paper ballot, what I was told is that at least your vote counted. But I say, no, it did not. You might have said it voted because it was a paper ballot, but because I was not on a party poll book, I am then disqualified from being a delegate. So I am all for going back to using paper and paper only, because then when we leave a polling station right now, do we get any kind of a receipt that said we voted? Not a thing. So, just my personal testimony. And I know I'm not the only one, because throughout the last year, we heard from quite a few people who said this happened to me and this happened to me. So, thank you for your time.
Kathy Rising.
Yes, my name is Kathy Rising, and I live on Nimitz Drive in Kerrville. I wanted to thank you for allowing Mark Cook to speak about voter integrity, which I think is very, very, very important. In my opinion, probably one of the most important things we are facing as a nation, not just Kerr County. But a little bit of background about my concerns about these machines and how sensitive things are. Our older son works for different government contractors in the state of Virginia. He's a computer expert. He travels the world working on different projects, a lot of GPS, things like tracking the Somali pirates. Okay, he's worked in Kenya, Africa. He's worked in a lot of countries. He's very good at what he does. Now, his knowledge of computers did not trickle down to myself or my husband. We are not that good at it. But he's related different things, and it's pretty shocking. For example, when he goes into a meeting in Virginia, everybody's cell phone comes out, it goes into a bank of lockers that are protected. The meeting that he attends is in a completely different building. That's how sensitive it is. You think you turn off your cell phone, everything's being tracked and traced. You can't take that battery out. Years ago, you could take the battery out. You can't do that anymore. You're being tracked and traced. People turn off their cell phone, they think it's dead. No, it isn't. We're actually from California, and there was so much tracking and tracing things going on. We had dark bags for our phones. And, you know, if you have to resort to things like that, these computer, the machines for voting, you really need to pay attention. It's things that unless you're in that industry, you don't have a clue. We all know how to use our cell phones, but how many of us, when we get a new cell phone, we have to learn how to use it again? And these voter machines are very, very sophisticated, and the parts, you might have it assembled here in the US, but there are many components that are made in other countries, and that's a very big concern. It should concern each and every one of us. But I just wanted to say that. Thank you for your time. And I did buy some books that Mark Cook recommended, and we're going to be reading them, and I bought some for you. Be happy to pass it out right there. Thank you.
Greg Rising?
This is what
Let's take it.
yeah.
Greg Rising, 116 Nimitz Drive. Put my 2 cents in for the election integrity subject. I attended Mark Cook's briefing also, and I noticed that when he was finished, there was stunned silence in the room after his presentation, including you all. It's a lot to take in. Like Kathy said, we're from California, and we came to Texas intending not to bring California with us, and we are determined that Texas not turn into California. One of the ways to prevent that is to secure our elections. And we've met a lot of people here in our short 2.5 years, and to a person, I think I can speak for all of our friends that we will all volunteer to count ballots if that's necessary. I don't think that would be an impediment to adopting some or all of Mr. Cook's recommendations. The simplicity of his recommendations struck me especially, and I think that I will volunteer to count ballots. Kathy will. I think a lot of other people in this room and in the general community would do that. That would not be a problem. So thank you for your attention, and please secure our elections.
John Sheffield.
Commissioners, Your Honor, my name is John Sheffield. I live at 204 Birdie Park Boulevard in Center Point, Texas. I own the Old Inn Grocery in Ingham, Texas. I think enough has been said about it. I just wanted to thank the court, Your Honor, Bob Reeves, Hart, I believe it's InterCivic, and Mark Cook. Excellent presentation. Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's all I wanted to say. Have a good day.
Alicia Bell.
Alicia Bell. I live in Kerrville in Precinct 1. I'd like to thank Judge Kelly and the commissioners for having this workshop. It was very enlightening. However, what was shown during the presentations is that not only is election fraud possible, it is probable, which means that it doesn't even have to be local people that does it. Somebody could just pick up a cell phone across the state, across the country, across the world, and change the election results. So I support going to hand count paper ballots, sequentially numbered paper ballots, and not even using an electronic scanner. I do have an electronic scanner experience. I used to work for a federal government, and I tested people going into the military, and we used electronic scanners. Those scanners can be hacked. they can be programmed to, with any key you want. And if you want this bubble to win, if you that one, anyway, none of that's gonna work. So I say we go to hand count, sequentially numbered ballots, and I'd be willing to count for this. Thank you.
Okay, any other public input? Then let's move on to commissioners' comments. Precinct 1.
I have nothing.
Note that on the record.
For precinct 2, look, we have gotten a little bit of rain in the last week or so, but it has not been significant. Now, the burn ban remains lifted for precinct 2, but if we don't get any rain in the next day or two, it'll go back into effect. And I'll just point out that residents in the Center Point area who received water from Aqua, Texas, received a notice restricting watering to only 1 day per week as a result of the stage 3 drought conditions. And again, Headwaters Groundwater Conservation District, as I understand it, are contemplating going to stage 4. We just have not been getting any water to recharge our aquifers. All right, I just want to inform folks that I have been meeting with TxDOT on a number of precinct 2 projects, and notably, they have agreed to progress the Crossing Street Bridge reconstruction. That'll be a great benefit to folks in Center Point. They turned over the Whit Road Bridge, and then our group, Road and Bridge, was able to remove the last 2 posts and a section of guardrail that was too close to the edge of the road, and that made some of the local residents extremely happy. There's good progress on the Eagle Ridge Road safety concerns that arose as a result of the Twin Creeks development, but I think we're going to talk about that more on a separate agenda item, so I'll leave it there. Working with Mark Marietta to improve road safety at the entrance to their plant adjacent to the Southerland Lane. Toured the facility, looked at other traffic that might be affected on Southerland Lane, so we'll keep working with them on that. And I really appreciate Mark Marietta's cooperation and intent to do the right thing. We met with Mendez Engineering last week to progress the Veterans Pathway Project, which is aimed at installing a sidewalk that would connect the VA hospital with Flat Rock Park and the Kerrville River Walk on the other side. So progress is being made. Let's see if we can get it done by Veterans Day. And last, in light of some of the comments, I am working with an election integrity group to develop a low-cost ballot hand counting system that can handle 1,000 ballots with up to 20 races and 2 to 5 choices per race. We want to see how long does it actually take to count ballots by hand. It might be a little more representative of Kerr County. And that would be, of course, under a video camera system that would live stream the count for anyone and everyone to watch or audit. And finally, we have an ESD 3 board meeting tonight at the Center Point Volunteer Fire Department. That's it.
Okay. Needed the extra time.
Exactly.
3.
Keep people informed.
Burn ban is in effect for precinct 3, as it stays dry. However, as things green up, even though we have not got enough rain, it may come off. This week looks decent to get a little bit of rain, not much that looks like, but still, I know there are things that need to be done. Coastal fields need to be burned if they haven't been done already. There's some minor brush piles, but still do be very careful and remember state law. And the other excellent workshop we had on election integrity, and I would encourage Commissioner Page to put an agenda item on how to go about hand counting, so we can all be in agreement as how to, what the best way to do that to get a test. That's it.
All right. One thing that we had scheduled was a hazardous household waste collection this spring, but that's been canceled. And the reason for it was the TCEQ has required some changes in these events, so it's going to be rescheduled for this fall. And there's always a big turnout. And this is something that we work with the city on, try to do each year, but it will be this fall, and we'll keep you updated when that date will be. That's all I got.
The only thing that I would add is, I appreciate the concern about election integrity, but we do not have an election integrity problem in Kerr County. We have a system that not only meets, but exceeds all state standards. What we're really talking about here is doing things, yes ma'am, we do. And but that's, if you want to do something about this, you need to go to Austin. There's no reason to do it here. We don't have a problem here. So, with that, let's move on to the consideration agenda. Item 1.1. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to accept the annual financial report with included independent auditor's report on audited financial statements for the period ending September 30, 2022, as presented by Armstrong, Vaughn and Associates. Ms. Tracy,
Good morning.
welcome back.
Thank you. There was rain headed your way, by the way, I think, from San Antonio.
We don't.
I'd like you to, well, first of all, I'd like to thank Tanya, Tracy and their staff, because we try not to be invasive, but we're auditors, so we are. I mean, it's just unfortunate. So, if you turn to page 1, this is your unmodified auditor's opinion. It basically says that after adjustments, your financial statements were fairly stated and materially correct. I want to tell you that we had 3 audit adjustments. One was provided by client. That is excellent for your size of a government. So, again, very, very much kudos to Tanya. On page 15 and 16, this is your statement of net position. This report is on the full accrual basis. It's not the way you budget, but the full accrual basis, which means that you see all of your capital assets, deferred outflows of resources, which are your pensions, your liabilities that are included are your post-employment benefit liability, and then all your debt associated with the county. So you had total assets of $1,666,266,445. You had $7 million of total deferred outflows of resources. These are basically your prepaid pension, the pension that the county pays from December 1st through September 30th, because they're not included on the TMRS report. You had liabilities of $61 million. You had total deferred inflows of resources. And again, these are related to your other post-employment benefit and your pension-related liability. Those are $12.5 million. And then you had total net position of $99.6 million. I do want to point out something that's fairly unusual in counties, but a very good thing. On page 15, right above the total assets, you had a net pension asset of $3 million, and typically we see a liability. So that means that your pension currently is well funded. On page 19 and 20, this is the balance sheet of your governmental funds. And this is the way you budget. So you don't see the capital assets, the pension assets, liabilities, the deferred inflows and outflows, nor do you see your long-term debt. The total assets at the end of the year were $61.7 million. Of that, your general fund was $33.3 million. If you turn to page 21 and 22, your total government funds, and this is your statement of revenues and expenditures, and basically the way you do, this are your liabilities of your balance sheet. And you'll see that your total liabilities were $27.9 million. Your deferred inflows of resources were $2.9 million. This consists of property tax that has not yet been collected and your fines and fees. Total fund balance is $30.9 million. You had an unassigned fund balance in the general fund of $18.8 million. That's very important because you're 7 months funded for the next year. The GFOA recommends 4 to 6 months, so that's a very good signal of health. On page 24 and 25, this is your statement of revenues and expenditures. Your total revenues were $50.4 million. Of that, $33.3 million were collected in the general fund. Your expenditures, total expenditures were $51.5 million. Of that, almost $30 million were in the general fund. You'll see that your center point, which is on page 25, those projects are coming to an end, so you'll see that the expenditures are more than your intergovernmental revenues and grants. So that's part of the reason your expenditures exceeded your revenues. On page 26 and 27, you had other financing sources of $608,000. This includes primarily transfers. So your net change in fund balance over all funds was a negative $408,000, but you had an increase of $2.2 million in your general fund. I'm going to ask you to go back to page 62 and 63. This is basically a budget to actual of your general fund schedule of revenues. So you'll see not only your budget to actual for 2022, but you'll see your 2021 actual figures. So your total revenues, again, in the general fund were $33.3 million. You had actually budgeted to bring in $30.9 million. The other taxes were primarily, other taxes and fees of office were primarily where your favorable variances occurred. But you had $33.3 million, a positive variance of $2.4 million, and compared to the prior year, you spent $30.7 million. You brought in $30.7 million, sorry. Total expenditures, you budgeted $32.1 million. You actually spent $29.5 million, which was a favorable variance of $2.6 million. And then that's compared to last year, you had spent $26.2 million. You budgeted to bring in a net loss of $1.2 million. You actually had a net gain of $3.8 million. So that was a positive variance of $5 million. Your net change total in fund balance was $2.2 million. You had a positive variance of $6 million, and you brought your fund balance up to $19.3 million. And again, 18.8 of that is unassigned. On page 63 in your road and bridge fund, your total revenues were $3 million. You budgeted $2.9 million, and that's really comparable to the prior year. Your expenditures were $4.9 million. You budgeted $5.5 million, so you were $560,000 with a positive variance. In that fund, if you go down to the third line from the bottom, you budgeted $15,000 almost net change in fund balance, and you actually had $122,000. I'm going to ask you to turn to page 66 and 67. When I went over the net position, I did point out that you had a net pension asset, which is fairly unusual. And if you go to the last column, the fourth line up, you'll see that you were $3 million overfunded. Your planned fiduciary net position was 103% funded. The GFOA recommends anything over 70% to be excellent. I also do want to point out, about halfway down the page, you'll see the net investment income, and you had a banner year. The TCDRS invests for you your pension liabilities, and they had brought in almost $16.7 million in net investment income. They're in pretty conservative investments. On page 69, the last thing that I want to point out is your schedule of other post-employment benefit liabilities and those ratios. You'll see at the very bottom your total OPEB liability, and this is for your retiree health insurance. When they did your new actuarial study, they brought you down to an ending liability of 2.8 million compared to 9.3 million last year. So when they assessed the number of people who are actually using it and the expenses that are going, they reduced your liability considerably. So you are 17.5% funded as part of your covered payroll. You did also have a compliance report that we did on your federal funds. We had no comments. You received an unmodified opinion on both of those, the government accounting standards, as well as each major fund. That's actually all I have. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them. I do see that there's a couple new members. My phone number is on the opinion and on the letter. If you have questions about the report later on, feel free to call me. And I'd love to go over the report. I guess a little nerdy that way. So anyway.
There's only one new member, but another guy grew a beard, so maybe that.
No, I did recognize him. Beard, no.
Any questions for Ms. Frazier?
No, thank you.
Looks like we're in excellent condition.
You are very healthy.
Debbie, I appreciate you walking us through the report, because I just got it this morning.
Yeah.
So my only comment is, next time, could we get it a day or two before your?
Yeah,
But
that's my fault, because I thought the draft was going in your packets, but I'm sorry.
I do read them, but prefer
Oh,
to read them
good.
ahead of time.
Yes, I understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next item is 1.2. Okay, so.
Make a motion to accept the annual audit.
Got a motion and a second to approve the annual audit as presented. Any discussion? In favor, say aye. Opposed? Being none, very close, motion is approved. Item 1.2, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve a proclamation regarding Child Abuse Awareness Month and request to place signs and ribbons in the courthouse grounds for the month of April. Sir.
Judge and Commissioners, thank you for having us here today. My name is Kelly Early, and I'm president of the Kerr County Child Services Board, and our board falls under the direction of the Commissioners Court under Section 264 of the Texas Family Code. Our funding comes from several sources: the county, donations of jury fees, and grants from nonprofits and churches. Our volunteer board is made up of myself, John Carlson, Jody Grinstead, Brenda Hug, Lori Lowe, and Verlene Wallace, Katie Bass, and Tammy Paces. I have a couple of my board members here. Jody, if y'all would stand up. Lori, Brenda, and Jody are here with me today. Thank you. The mission of the Kerr County Child Services Board is to meet the critical needs of abused and neglected children through local education, collaboration, and provision of emergency services. By building partnerships with community volunteers, local government, and other agencies, Kerr County Child Services Board increases community awareness of child abuse and helps children grow up to be healthy and productive adults. Today I have with me the staff of CASA and some staff from Belong, and we have recently collaborated with these two groups to form a collaborative space. It's across the street from the courthouse. If y'all haven't seen it, I would really encourage you to go over, take a look at it. Collaboration is a big word in today's society, and we were recently able to all work together for a common cause. We had a vision for this space to give people a place where we could meet the needs of abused and neglected children. We have a hope closet there that is open 24/7, 7 days a week, and accessible by our volunteers, CASA volunteers, the Belong caseworkers, and the Department of Protective and Family Services. We have go bags, we have quilts, we have diapers, car seats, pack and plays, all the things that a caseworker might need if they're moving a child from one placement to another or taking a child into care. The dream that we had for this space was it to be really flexible. And so it's also a place where attorneys can meet with clients. A lot of our attorneys that represent children and families in the courts are not Kerr County attorneys anymore. They're attorneys from San Antonio, so they don't have a place to meet with the families in this area. So we provide office space. We provided 2 really nice visitation rooms where kids can visit with their family or their relatives. And then we have a conference room and a kitchen, and it just turned out to be a great space. And it's just so, we want Belong to succeed. They are the new, they've taken over part of the casework from the department, and they're doing it, they're a private company that's taken over that casework, and we want them to succeed in our community. So by partnering with them, we are trying to help them with some resources. One of the things that we recently did was we provided Belong with car seats and booster seats for them to use in transporting our Kerr County children from one place to another. I just want to give y'all a couple of examples on a few things that we have done in the past couple of weeks. We worked with a family who they needed their whole property and their house cleaned up in order for the child to be able to stay in that home. We provided a roll-off dumpster. Now, we don't go out and clean it up for them, but we provided a roll-out dumpster. They cleaned up the property and cleaned up the house, and we had it hauled off, and the child was able to stay in that home with their family. We also provided fire extinguishers for grandparents who were on a fixed income, and they were taking their grandchildren in, which we see a lot of that in Kerr County. And so being on a fixed income, the state requires that they have certain fire extinguishers and also lock boxes for medicine and weapons. And we have provided those to a lot of families in our area. As y'all know, child care is a big issue in our community. And recently we were able to help a mother with her registration and a month of child care for her child to be able, so she could work and have her child return to her, which we feel like that the faster we can get kids back with their families or someone they know, the less trauma that they receive. So I'm here today for 2 things. My ask is, first, we have a resolution that we'd like for you to approve, and I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about what it says. And one of the stats that is really troubling to me is that 56,942 children in Texas were confirmed victims of child abuse. That's not reported. That's not called into the hotline. That is confirmed.
Kelly, is that 1 year?
That's from last year, yes. So what I'd like to, I'm going to read the resolution and the bottom part of it. So now therefore be it resolved that the Kerr County Commissioners Court does hereby proclaim the month of April 2023 to be Child Abuse Prevention Month in Kerr County, and calls upon all citizens, community agencies, faith groups, medical facilities, elected leaders, and businesses to increase their participation in our efforts to support families, thereby preventing child abuse and strengthening the communities in which we live. So I'm asking y'all to approve this resolution, and then also we would like to put our big sign out in front of the courthouse, and it does have the statistics. It says April is Child Abuse Awareness Month, and it has this year we're going to put the 56,942 number on our sign that represents children that have been abused and neglected in our state. So I'm really proud of the work that these volunteers do. Our board is all volunteers. We have no paid staff. And we do a lot of just behind the scenes, one-on-one working with caseworkers, working collaborative in our community to help children that are abused and neglected. And I just want to thank CASA and Belong for just working alongside us to do that. And thank you for allowing us to be here today.
Kelly, I'd like to say that thank you for coming in, all you ladies coming in and here this morning, and Kerr County does care about their youth. So with that, I move for approval.
I say.
Got a motion and a second to approve proclamation regarding Child Abuse Awareness Month for the month of April here in Kerr County.
And put it in the sign on the front.
Put it in sign on the courthouse right. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? There being none, passes.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
You're doing a great job. Thank you.
Next item is 1.3. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the proclamation for the National Vietnam War Veterans Day. Gary Nolan.
Good morning, my name's Gary Noller. I live at 140 Ray Drive, Center Point, Precinct 3, representing the Kerr County Veteran Services Advisory Committee this morning. We were here 2 weeks ago, and the court approved an event to be held Wednesday, which is March 29th, which is declared Vietnam War Veterans Day. And there will be proclamations read by the mayor of Kerrville and by Judge Kelly, Kerr County Judge. So what we wish to do today is to get the county proclamation approved for that reading. It will be held at 12 o'clock noon out by the Veterans Memorial on the Kerr County grounds. May we have approval for that proclamation?
I move that we approve.
Second. Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? I would add that one of the things we're trying to emphasize with this is the anniversary, the 50-year anniversary of the end of the Vietnam War. But this is really more for the veterans, the ones that served during that time. Many of you may not know, we were treated very disrespectfully in those days. And when we met to talk about this, group of us around that table in the office, remembering what it was like back then. We've come a long way with honoring our veterans, and this is something that is vitally important for our community.
Is this something that's on the events page of the county website?
So,
I have press releases going out this afternoon. But yes, it'll be on.
question was whether or not it's going to be on the website, and the answer is yes. Good. So those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? There being none, it's unanimous. Thanks, Gary.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Next item is 1.4. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to receive a donation of a picture of the Union Church and request to paint a mural on the wall in the courthouse. Mr. Waring.
Good morning, George Waring.
Welcome
Good morning, George Waring, Precinct 3, local artist. Thank the staff or the panel for this. As you know, I have one picture already hanging in the hallway, but I feel the judicial system is important, and I feel that faith goes with it. So I would like to donate a picture of the First Union Church to be hung by the side of it.
You can hold it up so you can get it on the camera. Right here, camera's right in front of you.
Oh, right.
There you go.
There you go.
So I would like to be hung. I would like for this to be hung with the picture of the courthouse I have already hung here. So I feel it's appropriate, like I said. So that's one thing. Right now, I'm currently with Doyle Community and Big Seed organizations. I'm painting the city park. It's on Webster Street, Carver Park. So I have that project going, and I'm painting a tax district mural also. So the second thing I would like to.
Okay, we gotta do one at a time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we have a motion to accept the donation of the picture of the Union Church.
Motion. Second.
Got a motion and a second to accept the picture of the Union Church. Any discussion?
The only comment, I would think it's more appropriate to have it hung at the Union Church as opposed to the courthouse, if you didn't object.
Yes, sir. I already have one going over there. I work with the historical too. They were going to put it in the case, but I felt it would be appropriate because the courthouse is built on religion or faith. So I just feel it went hand to hand.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Now we'll move on to number 5, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on a request to place a shoe shining booth in the courthouse. Just where?
I had one more thing because on that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mural?
Yes. y'all have an outstanding custodial staff, and they've been helping me find locations and places along here. And I wanted to put a build on justice right in front or in the bathroom area, a black and white mural. I was wondering, a 4x6, I was wondering if we could get that done somehow.
Can you bring them up to us?
Yes. So the staff has been helping me, the custodial staff. There's a location right out front where they said they could move a picture, and then that's the bathroom. I prefer the bathroom, but they will want it up front so where they could walk in and see it. So just a regular black and white 4x6 right on the wall.
So what you're proposing is over.
That's what I
water
like. The one they like is right here on the outside. They said they'll remove a picture, and that'll be a perfect spot where you walk in.
What's the notice here?
It's a picture of all the courthouses. It comes off the wall. It's right out here in front. I didn't want to take the picture of it with the other picture already hanging on.
Is this
I'm just trying to figure
4 by 6 foot?
Well, yes, it's the wall's 4x4, so it'll be in the middle. So it'll be 4 by actually 4. And it's right where all the courthouses are hung. It's on a, they said they'll remove it and.
Mr. Ray, if you can go back by the
Yes, sir.
podium so the public can see.
Yes, sir.
And hear you.
Yes, sir. So something plain and simple, black and white, something built on justice. I believe this is one of the best court systems we have throughout Texas. So.
Yeah, I think I'm a little, it is fine, but I'm not sure I want a mural painted on permanent on the wall. I'd rather have, of course, on a painting, something that can be removed or taken down at some point in the future, without having to repaint the wall. I'm not a big fan of permanent changes to the courthouse like this.
We're limited on space to begin with.
Well, if it's movable, it can be used here, it can be used at the annex building, it could be used at the sheriff's department, so if you could put something together, paint it on something we could move around.
Frames.
Okay, I have no problem with that. I have an excellent framer at Hometown Crafts, so I'm good friends with them over there, so no problem.
And I think that, and this is just, going back and forth into my memory, I think we do have a policy generally about donations, and there's a time limit as to how, it's not forever.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
And that, we have to look back at that policy. Any kind of a donation like this, I know we had some way back, Birdhouse donated at one point.
I remember that. I remember a certain commissioner that beefed about it a lot too. So, if we don't have a policy, this brings up the opportunity to establish something if we don't already.
I mean, I don't have any problem with painting a mural. We could use it in the courthouse, make a motion. You can go ahead and proceed. I think you'll have to take a second. You have to bring it back, and we'll have to accept it at that point.
Okay.
But at this point.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and prepare one and bring it to us?
No problem.
This is a really cool thing you're doing.
Oh, yes, Rex Emerson's gonna come back for the tax district one. My whole thing was, when y'all get to the next one, but he's coming back for me, so.
Okay.
I visited with him a little bit this morning, and he's a busy man. He's working several jobs, plus doing this on his own.
I covered a whole basketball court and the side of the basketball court too. So I'll be done with that in April, so April 1st.
I appreciate all your community support.
Yeah, awesome.
Discuss this next week and get them. Okay, so as to the mural, we're not taking action yet. So we'll move on to item number 1.5, which is the shoe shining booth at the courthouse.
Yes, my father used to work downstairs in the juvenile department. I don't know if we ever had a shoe shining booth here, but part of the shoe shining booth is I feel it would be a good fit. I know Gibson's, I worked at Gibson's, they had one before, but I feel that's something the courthouse can can use. And like, I wouldn't mind coming in and doing it, or shining shoes. He's a second generation, well, I'm a second generation shoe shiner. I would like to put 10% towards restoration of artwork into the courthouse for maintenance and stuff like that. So that's all part of the shoe shining booth.
When do you propose hours of operation?
Well, on your busy days, so like every third Monday, Tuesdays, misdemeanor court, felony court, and pretrial. So at least 3 days out the week till 1 o'clock, or till
You're just
y'all
talking about
do.
moving around, it's mobile.
Well, I could move it in or out, or I could leave it stationary. That would be on your. That would be up to y'all.
So you customize your times, which would be open.
I mean, lunch is usually 12 o'clock. So I would be out of here at 12 o'clock because it's usually 8 to 12. So I feel that's a good hour and a good fit.
County Attorney, do we need an agreement or anything?
Probably,
Type of thing?
probably, yes.
My only
to
concern
use-
is it kind of opens the door for other people wanting to start a business down here and what have you.
So you have a courthouse use policy that I did not review before today. But that was put in place in part because you wanted to be able to control who puts businesses or other events on out here for financial gain, or to provide it for nonprofit purposes. So I can have a look at that and consider what type of agreement y'all would want to put in place and let you guys know.
Well, why don't we refer you to look into and report back to us?
Look into it.
I think the policy that we settled on had to do with nonprofits, and it was about the use of the parking lot that we talked about. Not the, I don't think the building inside was included in it, but it was about nonprofit.
Yes.
Because we had a farmer's market that wanted to set up or something, so.
Well, whatever we've got in place, we need to review before that.
We need, right, we need to review our policy.
Because I wouldn't have no problem with having people who have community service come and work and pay it towards community service also. But I was more on the restoration of artwork and restoring artwork, or because I'm an artist, so I was more into that. So.
Quick question, if you're going to devote your time to this up until noon one day, what kind of volume would it have to take to make it worth your while?
I mean, that's something we can. I work 3 jobs. So I mean, like, so that was something like we would have to talk. I mean, I'm not necessarily in it for money, but for helping people. But I understand with me putting my own money in there, it has to be some kind of I'm not into it. That's something we have to talk about. So that's more on like just.
I think we're gonna have to work on the business model of what this would look like.
Yes.
I'm not sure that we want to encourage small businesses within the courthouse.
Right. Even
I would be interested in supporting, if it was for a good cause, a fundraiser. I mean, I might even volunteer to shine some shoes as one of the county commissioners.
I mean,
maybe some others would too, and if it was going to raise funds for a good cause.
Yeah.
But having something kind of permanently in here that supports an individual, that's probably opening Pandora's box here.
And just thinking, this type of thing is in a lot of public places. Another thing you can do is it's not a business, it could be tips only.
well, I could see maybe at certain events out at the event center or something, you get a high volume and maybe something like that would be worked out and be more profitable and, probably have a line of people waiting to get their shoes to shine. Whereas here, it'd be pretty sporadic.
So it's more of a service, like I said, it's the restoration and having people who don't have places to do community service. Eventually, I'm trying to get my name on the community service list to help out people in my precinct and around Kerrville to where they could come and do community service through me.
One thing you may do, George, is visit with Jake Williamson at the Hill Country Youth Event Center.
Okay.
That may be a really good location. It gets us out of the mix if you make an agreement with Jake. And I think it's maybe a whole lot more beneficial to you or community service, whatever you want to structure.
Exactly.
Jake's got his done, but then you to that center almost every day.
No problem. It's no problem.
And I wouldn't mind going out there with you when you spoke to him. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So we'll table that one for now.
Okay.
And move on to item 1.6, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the proposed best management practices for the Aggregate Production Operations Advisory Council, as recommended by the council.
George? Excuse me.
So would I leave this picture?
I'm sorry.
Would I leave this picture?
No, sir.
You're
You're
gonna
gonna come up with something, right?
George.
Oh, that picture.
Thank you, it's beautiful.
And I'll be calling.
All right, thank you.
I put this item on the agenda. We had our council meeting a couple of weeks ago, and we've been working for the last year and a half plus trying to come up with the first draft, anyway, of the recommendations for BMPs, the best management practices for working field shop. And it was a very interesting meeting. See several people in the room that were there, but we had probably, I would say, 30-ish, something like that. If you remember, we had 11 council members, and what they include are 3 of the homeowners in that area, 3 of the operators that are in that area, 3 of the business people that are in that area, and then certain governmental groups that are represented there on the council. When it came time to take a vote on these recommended practices, and you can see them there, that they're pretty extensive. There was a question of, well, do the 11 get to vote, or does everybody get to vote? Because it affects everybody. We kind of looked at one another and said, well, let's hear from everybody. Let's see what everybody thinks. And believe it or not, it was unanimous. Every single person that had been coming to these meetings for almost 2 years voted to recommend these practices to the court for approval. And they expect to have version 2 out within the next month or 2. So they're moving right along. And I think, as Kelly already said earlier, it is truly a collaboration. So,
I move that we adopt the best management practices for aggregate production operations as recommended by the APO Council.
Second.
got a motion and a second. It was an interesting meeting for you to see, wasn't it?
It was.
One of the things that we do, and I guess I can do this because I'm kind of judge, but I don't let it get out of hand. And sometimes there are very sharp emotions that we have to deal with on some of this stuff. And one of our homeowners was calling out an operator and being very aggressive. And I got up, I walked over to right where he was sitting. He had his wife, his child, his parents there. I mean, it was a family outing. And I just stood there and asked him to stop the attack. He did. He apologized. The meeting continued. We stayed and met with him afterwards, and the operator met his concerns. It was really a collaboration in action. So,
How long did that mediation take? I left.
oh, yeah, I would say 20, 30 minutes. It wasn't bad. My wife noted that I got home late.
Well, thank you for doing it.
What, I guess great work. My question is, what do we do with this?
Well, what Jill and I, our vision on this, in order to make this official, we're asking that the county commissioners court accept these recommendations from the APO council, with an eye towards using this as a template for other counties, as to what the people, the businesses, and the operators can actually agree on.
So that still doesn't quite answer the question that Commissioner Letts asked. Do we post these on the website? Do we have them?
Yes.
Do we have George make a picture, a mural with them?
No.
What do we do with these?
We would like to have them posted on the website
Okay.
as the
As the best
approved
practices for
BMPs
mining.
for aggregate mining here in Kerr County. and use that to try to build some sort of momentum to have more of these statewide and become an effective community group.
Well, I think it's worth noting that these are voluntary best management practices, but most of our aggregate production operators are already adhering to these for the most part. And it creates a starting point for further dialogue with the public, as these operators can come and report when we have these subsequent meetings and tell the public what they're doing about specific areas of the best management practices. So,
And it's a community holding each other accountable so that we know what to expect. People know what to expect, the operators know what to expect, the businesses know what to expect. And they have a forum to come if they have a problem.
Yeah, but there's no teeth in it.
It's
There's no,
all-
I can't get out my ticket book and write a ticket if they don't do it.
It's all volunteer.
The other thing may be done with this is they send it to the operators in this county, and some of them are local. This is their only hit. They probably, know it. But like Mark Marietta may appreciate having something formal that they can send up and change as to what
they've
they're
all been
doing.
involved in this.
Right.
They've all seen it. They've all contributed.
But having it adopted by the court, but you
It gives it at least the air of being official. We've seen it, we've proved it.
I think it's a good
And this
thing.
is something that everybody that's working in that area agrees this is what they're gonna follow.
It's definitely an improvement of where we were several years ago.
Right. How much of it, though, is, a lot of it comes from our facilitator, who, it's boilerplate stuff she's seen everywhere. In every one of these cases, a lot of that is a common thread through it.
Right.
So how much of it is specific to Kerr County and how would we be different?
Well, I think aggregate production is pretty much the same where it is.
That's my point. So most of these best practices are already in place someplace else, any place she's been for sure.
But they've never been codified like this. We're the first in the country to put one of these things together, she said.
We've
She
helped,
said that.
Yeah.
we've helped pay for the blueprint that others can model after. And that's all right.
Well, it's kept everything tamped down pretty well in East County. It flares up every now and then, but
Sure, it's gonna.
then we come back to these and put it back in line. Okay, any other discussion?
You should have a participation form on this.
Yes, I do. I see. Kerr Bushnell. I had it here.
Well, I think you said it all anyway, but. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Tara Bushnell with Upper Guadalupe River Authority. It was my pleasure to work with Jill Shackelford and the council to develop the BMP document. And, thank you very much to this court for your previous actions to create a framework through the council to bring a document like this together with the local support. Definitely going to continue to be involved in the revisions and future iterations of it, and through our board president's participation in the council as well. I think, Commissioner Letts, kind of to your question too, some of the tweaks that we have for the next revision are to create like a standalone kind of one pager that outlines those practices. That maybe could be something visual at the quarries. I think certainly, sending it to all of them would be another suggestion that I would make too. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Let's take a 5-minute break and we'll come back and start at 10 o'clock items and then come back to 1.7. Before we come back to order, we've got kind of a scheduling problem today. We've got a lot of people here from the community that we want to hear. We've got a lot of items at 10 o'clock, and I occasionally do this, and we're with Charlie and Kelly, and ask if we can shove this back so we can hear the people first. We're going to go ahead and do the 9:45 docket, and then we're going to take the Eagle Ridge issue out of sequence, because if we need to have that addressed, that'll thin the crowd. I know. Well, we'll try to accommodate.
Sure.
They'll be happy.
Sure.
They will be happy, so.
Mention to the Eagle Ridge group that they're gonna be before 10 o'clock, or before we call it 10 o'clock items.
Yeah.
So let me go ahead and call the 9:45 docket. The first one is 1.11, presentation of the Excellence of Safety Award from Representative from Texas Association of Counties. Mr. Hernandez. Victor Valle.
Good morning.
It's good to see you back.
Good morning, Judge Commissioners. Good to see y'all again. I just wanted to come by. This past week, we had our County Management Risk Conference in Austin, and we officially presented the County Earned Excellence in Safety Award again this year for doing a great job in doing training, on-site training for the county, adopting policies, and keeping your workers' comp claims down. Not only do you keep your claims down, but you also help to keep the cost down, which helps the taxpayers overall by keeping your premiums down on the workers' comp. And most importantly, keeping your employees safe and free from injury, and that way they can go home safely every day. And I do want to thank Rosa for helping me set up some of these trainings and helping us coordinate this. And also, thank you for your support for allowing us to come train. I want to thank also the other county officials and supervisors for participating and helping us to do training and sending your employees to our trainings. We don't do it alone, we do it together with y'all. And like I said, together we can continue to do this. I do want to show you this was earned for 2022 award. And like I said, you are one out of 11 counties out of the state that got it. We got 220 counties that participate in the workers' comp pool, but another 100 entities or so that districts and CCDs that also participate in it. So yeah, it's pretty unique. It's a pretty high standard. It is earned. They do have to work at it. The county has to work at it. So it was earned. Thank you so much. And like I said, it's all to keep your employees safe at work. I do have a press release that kind of states a lot of the items that I spoke about. That's available to.
She's right here.
Man, you're good behind the podium. You ought to be on the highlights reel.
Well, thank you, sir. It's been practice. It's been practice.
Should we get a photo? Yeah.
We will get a photo. But Victor,
Yes.
how many years have we gotten this award
I would say at least 12, 15 years. I mean, I've been safety and excellence together 15 years or so.
Ever since John retired.
Yes, sir.
You've seen those cartoons.
Yes. And as a matter of fact, Judge, I got the following agenda. We're already working for next year's award, and we already have a class set up for April the 12th. It's going to be all on cybersecurity. It's a 4 sessions, so it's a half a day training, and we're going to be repeated in the afternoon. It's going to be at the youth center. It's paid for. It's part of your coverage. It's included under your public officials liability. This training to keep your claims down on the cyber area. As you know, we're getting hit more in those areas nowadays. So we are going to have 4 different sessions for all Kerr County employees to come and attend and take advantage of those. And like I said, this helps for the safety award for next year, for 2023. For 2023. Okay, so thank y'all. Did y'all want to take a picture? Did y'all want to?
Sure. Rosa, come on up. Want you to take it.
You. Thank you, Victor.
You're welcome. Thank y'all.
And for those of you that don't understand, TAC is our insurance company, Association of Counties, and we're self-insured.
Self-insured.
Get in there with it.
All right, ready? And smile. Get a little bit closer together. There you go. And smile. Great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And thank you. We'll see you at the training, hopefully. Come see you. Come see us.
Next item 1.12, update regarding the cybersecurity training presentation that you just did. Yeah. Okay. So with that, let's go ahead and call the Eagle Ridge people in. It's going to be item 1.10, consider discussion take appropriate action, if any, relating to the recommendations and comments in the Eagle Ridge Road Safety Study dated February 2023, including the impact of Twin Creeks development on and road integrity during different phases of development of Twin Creeks.
I put this on the agenda at the request of Mr. Mosty.
And thank you. I'm Richard Mosty. I live in Centerpoint office in Kerrville. And I will just briefly, I think all of us know more about Chapter 232 and the House bill than we want to know. I think everybody understands, we all agree on what the county's obligations and limitations and parameters are. So I'm not going to rehash all that. We do have John Navarez is here, who did our traffic engineering study that you said that we've given to you, and he's here simply to answer questions if you have any. And so if the appropriate time, if you have any questions, John can address those. And then I'm going to turn it over to the residents of the area to really talk about the long-term safety and the long-term plans for Eagle Ridge Road.
Before you leave, let me brag on you a little bit. For those that don't understand what we're dealing with here, we have a new subdivision going in out south of town off 173. It's actually off Eagle Ridge Road, which is a county road. And we have traffic and safety issues. We've done our own TIA, a traffic impact assessment. And then the citizens out there have expressed their concerns. They went and hired their own expert, prepare a report that's what, at least an inch thick, I think. And it's very thorough. And we have sat down and cussed and discussed these issues. And I think we've come up with a mutually agreeable plan by the time we're all done. But some of that we're going to talk about in executive session because we don't want to affect negotiations by talking about it in public. But we're in the process, and what Richard did was give us something that we could give to TxDOT. And it was because of Mr. Navar's report that TxDOT actually sat down with us and without even being solicited, agreed to a 75-25 match on being able to put in a left turn lane on 173, which is huge. And we sat down with the developer, and we'll talk about those details later. But what we have in the works right now, I say in the works, is what looks like it's going to be a mutually beneficial resolution. And I want to thank you for taking the lead, Richard.
Well, thank John, who is the person who really did it. And I think the people who are here today are really they're focused on the Eagle Ridge part of the project and what can be done to improve that.
Just want to clarify a point. You said if we did a TIA, I believe the developer did a TIA.
I think you're right.
The county just did not do TIA.
The developer did TIA. We had it. We've used it. Okay. So I've got at least 4 people that have signed up to talk on this topic. Is that right? And Don, why don't you come up first? Your wife? What? Amanda?
Good morning. Your Honor and Commissioners, my name is Amanda McDonald. I am a resident and representative of Eagle Ridge Road. We expect our elected county officials and engineer to protect the taxpaying citizens that live in the county at present and protect the safety and welfare of the current Eagle Ridge residents. Eagle Ridge Road was never designed to handle 110 lots and over 1,000 cars per day. It was designed as a country paved lane for up to 8 lots, which is what it currently is. We asked the county to do their own independent traffic study back on November 28, 2022, which our tax-paid elected officials refused. Instead, the tax-paying citizens that live on the road were forced to defend ourselves and hire and pay for our own independent traffic study and attorneys. The county has the obligation to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens in our community. They have not. When the county engineer was asked about the Eagle Ridge residents completing our own traffic study, he advised against it. If the Eagle Ridge Road residents would not have spoken up and hired legal counsel, our own independent engineering firm, to do our own investigation and traffic study, this would have been swept under the road at the future peril of the county's safety and financial obligation. Now, in order for this development to go forward and Eagle Ridge Road to be brought up to safe standards and county code, it's going to come out of Kerr County taxpayers' pockets. An upgrade to Eagle Ridge Road that could cost in excess of $1 million in order to be safe and up to county code. All for a development that's being done by an out-of-state developer. The same out-of-state developer that Bandera County officials shut down on a property that is within a few miles of Eagle Ridge as a crow flies. My family has been residing on Eagle Ridge Road for over 20 years. We are invested in the road and our neighbors. Non-resident traffic has continued to increase on Eagle Ridge. My family and neighbors continue to recount incidents of being run off the road or near misses by non-resident traffic, including contractors from the developer and most recently, currently, county trucks working on the road. Again, Your Honor, you yourself stated in the August 8th Kerr County Commissioners Court, to expand Eagle Ridge is going to be very problematic with the terrain. I think access using Eagle Ridge is going to be dangerous, very, very dangerous, which y'all are addressing. I said it last time and I will say it again. To subdivide and develop land with one entrance and exit on a narrow road is just plain careless and irresponsible. Now, we have been made aware that our road will be made into a collector road. So what are y'all going to do, commissioners, engineer, Your Honor? As long-term residents, we would like to know how it's going to be made into a collector road and what the timeline is. We want this to be a condition of the final plat. The residents of Eagle Ridge Road would like the final plat denied until the road is brought up to safe conditions. We have significant concerns about the increase of traffic count in the coming months and the swarm of traffic coming with the grand opening white tent sale of lots with thousands of cars coming in. I know y'all have all seen that. On another note, it has been brought to my attention that the developers are sucking water out of our already drought-ridden creeks to build their own roads. It is my understanding that this is highly illegal for commercial purposes, especially in times of extreme drought. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Try to read the name here. McGuire? Jack.
Thank you, Commissioner Kelly and Judge Kelly and commissioners. Interesting comment about that was made at the meeting previously about the collaboration that took place with the community and aggregate operators. Eagle Ridge Road neighbors have had no collaboration with the developers. The county has not helped us with a collaboration. All of this discussion with the county and the developers seems to have been done behind closed doors. And the neighbors, if you will, have been uninformed by the county. We became aware of what was going on probably in October and finally got to say something officially to the county in November, which is when we then found we needed to get or wanted to get a traffic report. So how did we get to this point? After the fact, we learned of the meetings in August and September. Never got an invitation, and only in November 27th were we given a chance to speak. We understood the county was meeting with developers behind closed doors many, many times. Okay, my basic question is, can we assume that all of the commissioners have read the 3 traffic reports? 2 to the commission by the developer and then the neighbors' traffic report. Because if you have, you'll see there's no disagreement. They all point out that Eagle Ridge Road, the 3 miles, all we're talking about, is not in compliance with Kerr County rules and regulations on collector roads. How do we know this? Well, back in August, Commissioner Gibson expressed concern about the width of the pavement of Eagle Ridge Road. And he went to where? Kerr County Road and Bridge. Road and Bridge told Commissioner Gibson, Eagle Ridge was not constructed to current county base and compaction standards. That's back in August. Then, if you will, in September, I know Commissioner Kelly, when he first kind of got involved in this thing, expressed his concern about safety out on Eagle Ridge Road. So everybody is on board. The 3 engineers have pointed out the deficiencies. The 2 builders engineers have pointed out the deficiencies. Our engineer has pointed out the deficiencies. The commission, all the courts understand the deficiencies. So what is the problem? Even the developer, by the way, even the developer does not deny the deficiency. When the developer's engineer pointed out the road was not wide enough to safely accommodate the traffic, all he said was, hey, so it's too expensive, I'm not gonna pay for it. Wow, what an admission that was. So the developer never claims that the road is safe. He just doesn't want to pay for his mistake. Now, who is the developer? We're calling Twin Creeks. It's not Twin Creeks, by the way. Twin Creeks is a marketing vehicle. If you will, the developer, the owner, is Kerr Acquisitions Limited Partnership. And who are they? A Texas Foreign Limited Liability Company. Oh, really? What? So when people start looking for the deep pockets 3 years from now, after there's been an accident out there and we realize the road is defective, who is going to pay for the lawsuit? Well, we're going to go after the deep pockets. Deep pockets is Kerr County. So Kerr County is on and the developer has a history. If you go back and look at his other developments in North Carolina, Tennessee, he disappears after 3 years or 4 years. So there's nobody out there. I just want to point out what one of the developer's reports showed. If you really read the report, which I know you all did, the rock engineering report, they took 4 core samples out there. One at the beginning, another one at the next interval, the next interval, the next interval. So there is a 1 mile gap between core sample A and core sample B, another mile, core sample B to C, another mile. Core sample C, if you will, measured a base, a compact base of 6 inches. The county standard is 10. So, and if anybody, I've showed this to other traffic engineers, they've said, hey, if that was 6 inches, it's a 40% deviation from the requirement. And how do you know it doesn't go 1 mile to the right and 1 mile to the left? It could be 2 miles of road out there. At least 1 mile, but maybe 2. 2/3 of the road is 40% deficient, if you will. Now, again, Kerr County Road and Bridge knows that. Kerr County Road and Bridge has said from the very beginning that it was never designed to accommodate this kind of traffic. Hastings, oh by the way, where is Charlie Hastings here?
I'm here.
Where? Oh, county engineer. Thank you, Charlie.
Right here.
Where's Charlie? Oh, there. Okay. So you pointed out, if you will, to the county bridge and road people when Judge Kelly was asking you about the report, if you will. You said, oh, by the way, portions of of the road have been reconstructed by the county road and bridge, who really knows what's going on out there, by the way. And they said they were surprised that the average thickness of the base was 9.5 inches. They were surprised. The reason they were surprised is because it isn't 9.5 inches. What if you will, the engineer did to accommodate the developer, he took an average okay? And by taking it in half, which you can't do. You can't do that. 6 inches is what that core sample showed. 40% deviation, it could be 2/3 of the road. And Charlie Hastings somehow, over having coffee at Road and Bridge, said, we got this report, and Road and Bridge says they were surprised. Of course they were surprised. So the point is that, if you will, Commissioner Gibson, back in August, had said that Road and Bridge told him it was not constructed to county standards. And that he called Commissioner Gibson back then the development a problematic subdivision. Very problematic to widen Eagle Ridge Road. He said you couldn't do it. So, if you will, where are we now? Where we are is we've got 3 engineering reports and the court, commissioners were all agreeing this is unsafe road. 3 miles need to be totally reconstructed. $1 million plus project, probably $1.5 million project. So what are the remedies? Here are what some people have said to me could be the remedies. Have the developer pay for the road, the whole road, dig it up, widen it, put the right base in there, and not the Kerr County taxpayers. Have the developer post a bond, if you will, from a A-rated bonding company to resolve the liability. The developer has an obligation to warn his buyers out there because there's a defect, if you will, on that property because they can't get into that property safely. So if he doesn't inform his buyers of a contingent liability, every contract out there is going to be rescinded. Kerr County has an obligation to erect signage to warn motorists if there are cement trucks out there in the next couple of months and they drive off the road, if you will, there's going to be a lawsuit. And guess what? Kerr County knew about it all along, and they allowed these cement trucks and gravel haulers to go up and down the road. You can issue a cease and desist order until Eagle Ridge is in compliance. It's a collector road, which is what the county has, published all this thing. And, who's liable if an accident occurs? Whatever. So, if you will, did we know that Eagle Road was unsafe? We knew it from the very beginning. Very beginning. When did we know it? We certainly knew it back in August when Commissioner Gibson pointed all this stuff out. What did we do to protect the safety of the neighbors? I don't know what we're doing. The only person who, if you will, is on the other side of this equation, as far as, I don't know, head faking, is the county engineer. The developer has never said the road is unsafe. So the county engineer is somehow taking all this expert testimony and presenting something to the court, which is not the case. So, just where safety is concerned, no expense should ever be spared. No expense. Just ask Norfolk and Southern, as they are being investigated by Congress and the National Safety Board over their negligence. And I will leave it at that. Thank you for your time. And read the reports. They're in the file. And lawyers are going to be looking for those things if there's a situation that develops. Thank you.
Excuse me, what is your name?
Jack McGuire.
Next is Jim DeMont.
Damani.
DeMont.
Good morning, Judge Kelly and Commissioners. My name is Jim Damani. My wife and I live on Eagle Ridge Road, and we just happen to live at the crest of the first big hill, which is problematic in itself. I, along with other residents of Eagle Ridge Road, addressed the Commissioners Court in November 2022. At that time, and I'm not going to rehash everything that was said there, we expressed our concern about the road not being adequate to handle the increase in traffic from the Twin Creeks development. Everyone, including the commissioners, agreed that Eagle Ridge Road, in its current condition, is not adequate and presents a safety issue for everyone. Let's fast forward to March. Safety issue on Eagle Ridge Road has not improved. In fact, it has become worse. There has been a significant increase in large truck traffic as well as worker traffic due to the work being conducted on the Twin Creeks property. Living at the crest of the hill, we are always susceptible to vehicles coming up from the east when we leave our property, who in many of those drivers are not familiar with the road and tend to drive in the middle of the road because it's so narrow, and sometimes it speeds exceeding the posted speed limit, which forces us, coming out of our property, to get on the edge of the road, which is not very good, or even in the dirt and grass. Likewise, when we come home, going back up the hill, same thing for traffic coming down from the west. Just an example, the other day I was out in my yard and a big truck came up the road pulling an asphalt paver. He was taking up the entire road. Had no choice, he was that wide. If I had been coming out of my driveway at the same time, I had no place to go. Has the physical condition of the road deteriorated? I'm not a road engineer, but common sense would say yes, considering the significant increase in traffic, especially large trucks. It was not constructed to allow for this type of traffic, and it's not constructed for 1,000 cars on the road every day. And it will only get worse unless it's improved once the subdivision begins home construction. All we ask is our elected officials do the right thing to protect anyone who lives or travels on Eagle Ridge Road. That is to hold the developer accountable and make road improvements at their expense, not the county's, a condition for plat approval. But the prices they're going to be charging for that property, I think they can afford $1 million or $1.5 million to improve 3 miles of road. All too often, we see our elected officials roll the dice or kick the can down the road and not make the tough decisions. Any developer, not just Twin Creeks, should not be allowed to come into our area, disrupt the current environment, and then leave with no consequences. In closing, everyone knows how unsafe Eagle Ridge Road is and will be with the increase in traffic if no improvements are made. It is not a case of if a tragic accident happens, but when. Knowing it could have been prevented, but wasn't, will not be a viable defense for Kerr County when a tragic accident does occur. Thank you for your time, and I trust the commissioners and Judge Kelly will make the right decision. Thank you.
Shelley McCullough.
Thank you. My family owns Eagle Bluff Ranch. We've owned it for about 30 years. It is almost directly across from the proposed development of Twin Creeks. My husband and I and our 2 daughters have lived full-time at the ranch for the last 15 years. So we've seen significant changes since we bought the ranch and since the time that we've lived there full-time in terms of the traffic on the road, as other ranches along the road have been either acquired or they've done work, but it's been livable. Everybody's talked about the problems with the road, and I like to say I'm a recovering attorney. I don't practice, I haven't for many years, but I understand the limitations that the court is facing and that you're not in a position to simply say we want you to do X, Y, Z because we think you should. But you do, as you've recognized, have an obligation to protect the health and safety of the community. And I think that's what the residents of Eagle Ridge Road are trying to say today, is that the health and safety of anybody who drives on Eagle Ridge Road as this development goes forward are in significant jeopardy. My younger daughter learned to drive just about 2 years ago, and other than the access on and off 173, which I think a turning lane will help, it's not a total solution, but I think it's great that you've been able to accomplish that. The other scary part of her learning to drive was just getting off and on of Eagle Ridge Road, because that 3-mile stretch from our ranch to 173 is very narrow. It winds and there are multiple crests in the road. And you can't see oncoming traffic on those crests. And I would say the majority of people who do not live on the road drive right smack in the middle of the road. And that's because the road is narrow and there are ditches and brush and who knows what else on either side. And they don't expect necessarily to meet a lot of traffic. I have a couple of pictures that were taken that show the lines of trucks that have recently been going in and out to the Twin Creeks property. And I just I'll put them up where they can be seen. And this is the entrance to Twin Creek. My ranch is right over here. This is from 173 up. And if you see, and then I have it further down the road, the trucks are all going in the middle of the road. You can see the tire marks quite clearly. And if you're lucky and it's daylight and nice weather and they're not going too fast, you may be able to get out of the way. If they're going too fast, if it's nighttime when there's no lights along that road, you're lucky if you don't end up in a ditch. And as a mother and a resident, a longtime resident, and hope to be a long time, we love living out there. And I understand that we may not be happy with everything about this development and that we're not going to necessarily be able to prevent it from happening. But I do think from a safety standpoint, it's absolutely essential. And I think that the one thing that the Commissioners Court can do, your one authority, is to approve or disapprove this plat. And while I know that you have concerns about liability, I'm an attorney, I would be advising you all the time to be concerned about that. You also have liability on the other side, and that is the liability for the health and safety of people who might be injured or worse. And I think, as the other residents of the road have said, it's just a matter of time. I cannot count the number of times I've been run off the road, primarily by service trucks, delivery vans, and if we're going to have all of this construction out there, it's going to be a nonstop stream of major large trucks. And I think it's going to be very difficult to avoid a tragedy. And that's really what we're here asking you today, is really begging you to use all of your persuasive ability, and you obviously have had some success with that so far, with all of your other collaborations. But also, in the end, the ultimate thing that you do have with the developer is you can approve or not approve that plat. And if this road isn't safe, and if you look at our traffic report, you will have evidence. You say you have to spell out why you don't approve a plat. The information is there that would allow you, I think, safely to do that and protect you from liability. And you're doing what you should do and what we've elected you to do, which is to protect the citizens of Kerr County. And we really do thank you for having heard us several times and for once again considering doing everything you can to preserve the safety of the residents along the road. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wants to speak on this topic?
Good morning. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Doug Clemens. I'm also a former attorney, and I live on Lynn Creek, which feeds off of Eagle Ridge. I've heard everything today, and I've been involved in everything that's been going on. And I think what y'all need to decide is, are we going to pay for a road now, or are we going to pay to defend a lawsuit later that may involve loss of life? So that's what we need to think about, the safety. And thank you.
Anyone else? Any comments or questions?
Raise some valid concerns.
I think I'm only comment I'll make is, I can't remember his name, lady right there. It's just that I appreciate your comments that, our authority is pretty limited. And you get into the authority we do have is public safety. What that exactly means is gray. I think we're looking at it and trying to do the best we can to address that. But I appreciate your comments.
Anything else? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, moving back to the 10 o'clock docket. Item 1.13, consider, discuss, take appropriate action to support to approve a certificate of construction completion for TDA project 7217045, the East Kerr Center Point wastewater collection project phases 2 and 3.
Thank you, Court. We have a corrected certificate of construction completion for TDA project 7217045, East Kerr Center Point wastewater collection project, so phases 2 and 3. And both Tetra Tech and Grant Works could not be here this morning, so they asked that I present this for them. I spoke with Rosie to understand what's the issue here, and the certificate of construction completion that was adopted by Court Order 39778, there was an error in it, a $50,000 error that affected the amount of the original contract, the amount of the contract, and then the remaining contract. That has been corrected. I asked Rosie what happened. She said when the data was put into the TDA Go system, that was something that TDA required about 4 or 5 months ago. They said you got to go to this new electronic system. She said that the original contract was entered in incorrectly, and then that just carried forward automatically when this form was printed. She noticed it was an issue and brought it forth to TDA, and they said, oh, you need to, we'll get that fixed, and that's what this does. So Grant Works and Tetra Tech request that the court rescind Court Order number 39778. They also request that the court authorize the county judge to execute this corrected certificate of construction completion for TDA project 7217045.
Move for approval.
Second. Got a motion and a second to approve the certificate of construction completion for TDA project 7217045, East Kerr County Center Point wastewater collection project phases 2 and 3. Any questions or?
The comment, this project has a number of different grants and loan forgiveness, different, that put it all together. And what we're talking about here is the Texas Department of Agriculture grant that covers first-time sewer connections for certain people. So it doesn't, it's an income criteria. So that's what we're looking at. This is not the project as a whole. This is just connections for a certain first-time service.
I guess my only question for you, Charlie, is, in light of some of the issues that we're seeing with a contract that's already been closed out from phase 1, are we aware of, have we really done a good job before we close this contract out? Have we done a good job and made sure that there aren't any other trenches that have subsided that, were dug when they connected homes and anything else that we need the contractor to complete, go back one more time? I just don't want to end up with a whole bunch of these things again that come back to haunt us later.
Well, the contractor still is under the other contract, and so if there is an issue, that can be resolved with the secondary contract, which closes later this month in April.
They're periodic inspections anyway, right?
Yes.
So.
Yeah, Tetra Tech has provided engineering, construction administration, as well as the inspections for this.
Any other discussion? And those in favor of approving the certificate of construction completion for this TDA project, say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Item 1.14, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on May the 8th, 2023, for a revision of plat for Hidden Valley Ranch, Section 1, Tracts 5 and 6. This is not salad dressing people, right?
No, sir. In November of 2022, the property owner, Marion Cox, proposed revising Tract 5, 5.44 acres, and Tract 6, 5.33 acres, into Tracts 5R and 6R. Both tracks would remain over 5 acres in front on Felix Drive. A public hearing was set and conducted on January 9th, 2023. However, the owner has submitted a request to alter this proposed revision of plat and allow for reduced road frontage of 90 feet for track 5R. Track 5R will become 5.19 acres with 90 foot of frontage on Felix Drive. Track 6R will be 5.57 acres with more than 300 feet of frontage on Felix Drive. Section 7.04 of the 2007 regulations, that's what they're under. Access to roads of the subdivision regulations requires 150 foot of lot frontage, but it also states that minimum lot frontage distances may be reviewed by the Commissioner's Court, and lesser distances may be approved based on lot configuration, topography, and other mitigating factors recommended by the County Subdivision Administrator. Subdivisions where the above minimum lot frontage distances are not practical will be considered on a case-by-case basis. So the applicant is asking that they modify their lot, and that would reduce that lot frontage down to 90 feet. If you take a bird's eye view of that neighborhood, everybody's got 300, 400, 500 foot of frontage, and this is just how they want to do it. And it will require setting a new public hearing. So the county engineer requests the court set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on May 8th, 2023 for revision of plat for Hidden Valley Ranch Section 1, Tracks 5 and 6, Volume 4, page 33, Precinct 1.
So moved.
Second. Got a motion and a second to approve setting a public hearing for Hidden Valley Ranch, Tracks 5 and 6. Charlie, in your opinion, is this, I mean, it looks like they're pretty good sized lots.
Yes, sir.
Is this practical and reasonable?
Yes.
Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries. Item 1.15, consider, discuss, take appropriate action to receive clarification from the court concerning engineering certifications on plats. Administration.
Court, the issue is that our regulations, our brand new ones, they appear to require an engineering certification even when state law does not require that an engineer be engaged. The state law that deals with that is also in our new regulations. A licensed Texas professional engineer shall be engaged for all engineering designs, as well as supervising the engineering construction where expenses for a completed public works project will exceed $8,000 per the Texas Engineering Practice Act. It does make sense to omit the engineering certification in those instances, since there is nothing for the engineer to certify. I just want the court to acknowledge this. I'm not asking for any language change in the subdivision regulations, the new ones. Just asking for the court to acknowledge that if a licensed professional engineer is not needed on a plat that's being submitted, that the engineering certification that is in our regulations that says it's supposed to be on the plat is omitted in those instances.
What's the criteria?
The criteria for what?
Well, you have to have some kind of a threshold. You can't just say they're not always needed. When are they not always needed?
An example would be a subdivision of a lot that is on an existing road, and they're just creating a new lot. They're not building another road. They're not building any drainage facilities. Everything already exists, and we have a number of those. Those come in all the time.
What was that $8,000 reference?
That's from the Texas Engineering Practice Act. Yes.
But are you saying this would have to be case by case, so you review it basically on paper and say nobody needs to do anything?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Commissioner Letts and I talked about this the other day, and he had some
Well,
thoughts.
I've seen the
on
emails
this.
and all of that sort of stuff.
Right.
But I like to know when you know, I raised 6 kids. So you gotta have rules, and you gotta say, you know what the rule is. So I wanna know what the rule is. Everybody here needs to know what the rule is. If there's a cutoff point, if there's a threshold, if there's a circumstance that kicks this in or negates you having to get involved, we need to know what that is. And if it's on a case by case, then that's all you need to say.
And it's on a case by case, but I do have Wellborn Engineering is who brought this to my attention, as well as the county surveyor Lee Vogel. Mike, would you like to address the court at all on this?
Mike Wellborn with Wellborn Engineering and Surveying, 631 Water Street, Judge, Commissioners. So there are certain cases what would be considered a minor plat. For example, if there's an easement created and you need to, it was created by plat, the only way to get rid of that easement or move that easement is to replat it. In which case there's no engineering designs required whatsoever. So there's numerous examples.
So the answer is, it's a case.
Case by case, yes sir.
That's what I wanted to hear.
But it has to be minor.
Yes, yes. If you're building a subdivision, creating roads.
Well,
Yeah.
$8,000.
$8,000.
Yeah. Or if you're creating a road, typical subdivision, you're creating roads, drainage improvements.
Yeah.
But there are cases where you're doing none of that. And so for us that has engineering and surveying, hey, we can take care of that. But the surveyors that don't have engineering, they then have to go and hire an engineer for something there was just no engineering.
But this is really more of a mom and pop accommodation.
Minor subdivision.
Minor
I mean, it's where we do a lot where we're moving fence lines.
Yeah.
And there's no road being built. Even the one we just did the public hearing on, I don't know, there's no roads, we're dividing the lot, changing the lot, nothing new is gonna be done, the driveway's gonna be added, but that wouldn't trigger it, except the plat. I mean, they have to follow state law on their driveway improvements. So this is the same, basically, that, there's no infrastructure improvements, that we're gonna touch the land for the plat, essentially. So, I mean, if you're taking if you already have frontage on a county road or a private road, doesn't make any difference, and you're creating a new lot, you have 10 acres, you make 2 5-acre lots, you don't need to do an engineering study.
I agree.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to hear Charlie say.
It's case by case.
And I read your emails, Charlie, and you were very succinct and it made sense, and I thought it was kind of a slam dunk deal, but you didn't really say that a minute ago, so I thought maybe something else had come up.
Harley, it's a slam dunk deal.
Okay.
It's case by case. I did want to hear y'all to hear though from the folks who brought it to my attention as well.
Okay.
So there's no action to be taken, this was informational.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Yes.
And let's move on down to 1.16. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on the change order for the wastewater services connection contract, TDA grant number 7218055 with Promex Construction Company, Inc. The additional work to repair pavement damaged during construction of the East Kerr County Center Point wastewater collection project. Mr. Hastings.
Again, Tetra Tech couldn't be here today. They're our engineer that's managing this project. And the issue that we had at hand was in the Serena Hills Mobile Home Park. They've got existing paved streets. Sewer mains were relocated to go down some of the middle of some of those streets because of utility conflicts. And so in 2022, in the fall, the court did adopt a change order that would allow for the additional quantity to be added in for the paving. We had some concerns about that over the fall and in the winter. We met with the property owner out there, walked it. We thought that there might need to be some changes to make it more robust, the repair. And we asked for the contractor, Promex, to give us some proposals, and they didn't respond in a timely manner. Because of that, we're asking you to just pass on this item, but I'll read to you from Tetra Tech what he sent to the contractor. He said, per our telephone conversation earlier today, request for proposal number 5 is hereby rescinded. Please move with all due haste to complete the work in the contract documents, including the work in change order number 2 for the surface treatment road repair in the Scenic Hills, that's not Scenic Hills, it's Serenity Hills Mobile Home Park. This work is to be completed in accordance with section 321216, asphalt paving included in the contract documents. The change order quantity of 8,580 square yards must not be exceeded. See paragraph 3.07 of section 32.12.16 for the required surface preparation, and paragraph 3.12 for level up and surface treatment installation requirements. We're asking for it to pass on this because we never received a proposal from the contractor to do anything different than what he already agreed to do in change order number 2.
Wait, Ms. Taylor Simmons? Would you like to address the court?
Yes, please. My name is Taylor Simmons. I'm one of the owners of Serenity Hills Mobile Home Park. I am a Centerpoint graduate, Centerpoint native. Not born there, I don't think anyone is. The other owners would be my brother, Brian Barton, a disabled veteran who served in our United States Army in Iraq and Afghanistan, as well as my father, Robert Barton, also known by Bob. If you know him in the 60s, 70s, Robbie Barton. His dad was Sheriff Lucky Gross. I'll point out that we are from Centerpoint. There was a misconception that the owners of Serenity Hills was Californians, and that misconception came with some distasteful, negative underlying tones.
And I'm sure you properly disabused them of that mistake.
Yes. I'm here today by sheer coincidence. Last night I received my first, well, maybe not first, but since I've owned it, first negative Google review for my business and our community, all regarding the roads being completely horrible. If you have not gone by any of the commissioners here today, I would highly encourage you to do so. I know we walked the property with Mr. Paces back in January, I believe. Mr. Paces, the roads have not improved by any means. Our roads, as pointed out on this screen, it clearly says damage during construction. Yet for some reason I'm sitting in here today having to fight and having to advocate for our roads to be repaved. They were once paved and fine. Now they are completely damaged, the whole 12 foot of them, every single one of them. I get complaints every day. We have a lot of disabled people that live in our community, a lot of elderly, income restricted, a lot of families. We also have hardworking families. We are not trailer park trash. We are not a drug town. We do not tolerate that. We're great citizens, and I'm here advocating for my tenants who are very, I don't even know the words, because our roads have been like this for so long now. It is starting to affect my business negatively. I'm getting negative reviews. I've had someone come in and say, oh, I would love to move my new mobile home in here, but I don't like the roads. It's going to damage my car. And I'm now starting to lose revenue. I've had tenants who have asked for a rent reduction because our roads have been bad for so long. Anytime it rains, we have vehicles, it doesn't matter whether it's small or a truck, they get stuck in the mud, in the middle of a street, in the middle of homes. Everyone's cars are dirty. And I'm sitting here today still with no answers. Just a lot of, I would say, passing on the responsibility of what's going on here to different people. And I've been seeing no action taken to improve this road for our community that was damaged during the construction. And as per our temporary construction easements and all documents signed for the county for this project that we welcomed into our community to help with the environment, it clearly states any damage done on property will be repaired in as good or better condition than what it was. And what I'm hearing today is possibly only the center strip of our 12-foot road might get improved. Unfortunately, I was unaware that this meeting was occurring today and that my property would be on the agenda, so I'm not prepared. I don't have any photos to show you. I didn't find this out until 11 o'clock last night. So I encourage you, if this decision might be in your hands at some point, or if not, because maybe there is some sort of agreement to go ahead and do it, to go and look at our roads, at what this construction has done. And there's no way a center line would benefit this road. It would probably make it worse because you have one smooth for 2 wheels and then your other 2 wheels are falling in 4-foot potholes the entire time. I just hope that we can consider our roads actually being paved and this being taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlie, did I understand this is not an action item?
Correct.
We need to push to get this done, there's no doubt. And I can attest those roads are horrible. And there's mud caked all over, and when it rains, yeah, I'm amazed people can get in and out.
Charlie, do you have a timeline from Promax to work on these roads?
They have until April the 22nd to be done with the project.
And they have a bond put
Yes.
up like the others is, if they don't get it done?
Yes.
If you could, get us some kind of status report so that we know kind of where we are with this Chromex thing. We've been going off and on for some time now. And I know they got a deadline, but just kind of like to know where they are with it.
Yes, sir.
Well, I think it's also important to, are they really only gonna address the little center strip where they actually trenched, or those roads are bad. It goes beyond just that center strip. So, what, if anything, are they gonna do about that?
Understood.
The public deserves an answer, so we need to get information, find out where we are. Next item is 1.17. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the Commissioners Court to set a public hearing regarding the proposed change in private road name, Sherrill Drive South to Big Boot Hill South, Precinct 4.
Ashley Middleton applied through the Kerr 911 office on January 5th, 2023 to change the existing private road name of Sherrill Drive South to the new name of Big Boot Hill South. At this time, I ask the Commissioners Court to set a public hearing for Monday, May 8th, 2023 at 10 a.m. regarding the change of the private road name of Sherrill Drive South to the new private road name of Big Boot Hill South. And this is in Precinct 4.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to set a public hearing for the change of private road name Sherrill Drive to Big Boot Hill Drive.
A question. Kelly, is this one that the clerk will publish, or will your office?
You guys usually publish it.
Okay.
Question, do the property owners on the road get written notification? This is one that I know we had a member
Yes.
was here in court last meeting, I believe.
We have not.
We don't?
No.
Generally?
Just the public notice.
Yes.
And you're right, it was here before, and I think we didn't have sufficient notice in the paperwork. It didn't get posted or something like that, isn't that? Wasn't that the case, Kelly?
No.
No, what was
No,
it?
it was, I didn't get it on the agenda.
Oh, sorry.
And that was Ashley, the person who requested it.
Right,
The
that's
citizen.
Right, okay. I knew there was some mix-up, okay. So I'll move for approval.
So this is just a motion to set a public hearing.
Right.
Is there good cause for this? The request to change the name?
I mean, it's a private, it basically is a driveway.
That's a subjective term.
Yeah.
It's a public hearing to it.
Yeah.
It's a legal
decision.
But I mean, if you look at the aerial on it, and I may have included one, not real sure. I mean, it basically is a driveway to a piece of property, is what it is.
And this agenda item is just to set a public hearing.
Right. And I'm the one that pumped the brakes on this thing originally because the name Cheryl, I thought, oh gosh, they wanted us to do it. I thought, well, is this somebody's great aunt or something? And we do all that kind of stuff. So I'm the one that pushed for a public hearing.
Well, we did find a additional property that also had a Sherrill address and separate property owners, so I think it was a good idea when Commissioner Harris suggested a public hearing.
Which I seconded. So we could vote on it. I don't think we're gonna get anywhere talking about it. We're just talking about a public meeting.
And I appreciate your thought.
Well, okay. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We'll have a public meeting on May the 8th at 10 o'clock.
I'll send a picture of it to Ashley.
Cindy's more control of it, so I wouldn't consider it.
Well, I don't know, she came and.
Right.
I've got you.
And I'm gonna contact her.
Moving on to timed items at 10 o'clock is 1.18, consider, discuss, take appropriate action for the Commissioners Court approval regarding the general contract with interstate barricades and markings for pavement markings on Skyline Drive South. Ms. Hoffman.
Before you is a striping general contract for pavement markings on Skyline Drive South. Skyline Drive South is one of the roads this year that is being reconstructed. After the reconstruction is done, we will have the past pavement markings reinstalled on Skyline Drive. The county attorney has reviewed the general contract with interstate barricades and markings. At this time, I ask the Commissioners Court for their approval of the general contract before you from interstate barricades and markings for pavement markings that will be reinstalled after the reconstruction is completed on Skyline Drive South, and this is in Precinct 2.
I move that we approve the general contract with interstate barricades and markings for the pavement markings on Skyline Drive South.
Got a motion and a second to approve the barricades and markings contract as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. 1.19.
Got a quick question on that, Judge. The cost was like 16,000.
Yeah.
Is that above or below what we've been paying for marking roads? Seems like a reasonable cost to me.
Yeah, it's probably right in there. The company that you had seen their truck that we used, I think last year, their price was a little bit cheaper last year. I didn't hear back from them this year when I sent to inquire about it, but pavement markings seem to go up every year.
Okay.
So I would say it's pretty reasonable though.
Okay, thank you.
The next timed item is item 1.19, consider, discuss, take appropriate action for the Commissioners Court approval to purchase a Lee Boy L600T emulsion trailer. Ms. Hoffman.
The Road and Bridge Department is asking for the Commissioners Court approval to purchase one Leeboy L600T emulsion trailer from Romco Equipment for $29,957. This purchase is being made under the buy board contract number 685-22. We are trading in our Finn Hydro Cedar trailer, which the county auditor had surplus that, I think, last meeting or the meeting before. The Kerr County Auditor did surplus it on March 13th, 2023. At this time, I ask the Commissioners Court for their approval to purchase one Leeboy L600T emulsion trailer from Romco Equipment Company and allow for the Finn Hydro Cedar to be traded in on the Leeboy. This will be used in Precinct 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I think I also included a brochure so you could see what this emulsion trailer looks like.
Kelly, am I reading this right that we're gonna get money back?
We've got a credit and we're looking at some accessories, possibly for either our Volvo loader or for another piece of equipment that they said they probably, if we need a bucket for something. The guys have not found what they're looking for, but yes, there is a credit there.
For the $8,000, a little over $8,000. I move for approval.
Second. Got a motion and a second to approve the purchase of the Leeboy emulsion trailer as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next timed item is 1.20. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to offer 10 road and bridge trucks as trade-ins for new property of the same general value.
Good morning. You have in front of you a list of the 10 trucks that we will be trading in for new trucks.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve trading in the 10 road and bridge trucks as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Last timed item, 1.21. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the Commissioners Court to approve the Master Open-End Vehicle Lease Agreement with Commercial Vehicle Leasing LLC DBA D&M Leasing, and the wish for approval to place the order on the trucks is offered.
We would like to order 8 new trucks for our crew chiefs, supervisors, and shop supervisor. The Commissioners Court approved for our leasing line item in the current budget that we're in, line item 15-612-462. They had put in $140,580. Our monthly payment will be $10,699 on these 8 trucks, and the annual payment will be $128,388 for these 8 trucks. So it's under the amount that was budgeted for leasing. We may be able to, and I'd come back for this, we may be able to get 1, possibly 2 more trucks, because we originally set out to get 10 trucks with another leasing company, and we decided to go with this company. So we currently have 10 vehicles that will get traded in upon the arrival of the 8 new units. D&M Leasing is a member of Sourcewell and Buy Board. I believe this purchase would be done through their Buy Board contract. At this time, I ask the Commissioners Court for their approval of the open-end lease agreement and approval to order the 8 new vehicles that we will lease from Commercial Vehicle Leasing LLC, DBA D&M Leasing, and to have the county judge sign the same. And again, these vehicles will be used in precinct 1, 2, 3, and 4.
That seems like a lot all at once, in 1 year. What percentage
Well,
of our fleet?
probably most of our trucks, we range anywhere from probably about 140,000 miles. We've got one that's got over 300,000 miles, and these are pickups.
Right.
Yeah.
How many total pickups do y'all have?
Probably about 10 that we surplus. I'm not getting a new truck, but probably all of them that are getting traded in is probably about what we've got, is 10 pickups. The newest ones are 2012s. So they're 11 years old.
Sheriff, you rotate vehicles, and you have quite a few, and you have a model that you operate off of.
Yeah, we usually rotate probably between 6 and 8 every year, just depending on what miles they are.
You have more truck, or vehicles out there.
Right.
Yes, oh yeah, definitely, probably 50.
So this is half a year's Kelly?
Probably most.
This will just about cover it all.
80%, is it 90%? Is it?
I'd say probably 90%.
And
these are like, some are pickups, some are cabin chassis that will have the utility bed, like the plumbers have with the doors on the side. So this isn't dump trucks and things like that. It's pickups and.
I know the need. I just hate that we're in this position where we got to change out almost the whole fleet all at once. We got ourselves in this predicament, I guess, but.
Well, it means it'll happen again.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd like to see it staggered a little bit.
I would too.
I mean, the difference in the sheriff's department and yours is you have mechanics.
Yeah.
And those guys work on those trucks, I know anyway.
Our years go anywhere from the year 2000 year model. Actually, I think we have one that is a 1996. And then 2000, 2001, and then like I said, the ones that are the newest trucks are 2012s.
But you understand what I'm talking about. If you do them all now, you do them all again at the same time.
Yeah.
But it is a lease.
Yeah.
So it's not like we're incurring a huge capital
Won't matter.
expenditure in 1 year.
It all happens again together.
Well, you're right, but at least the payments are
going from making no
dispersed
payments
over
to
time.
a big, huge payment.
I think I'm not gonna, that I'm in favor of doing it, but I think that the model that we're using with Enterprise, which the sheriff's using, is that we trade these vehicles out a lot quicker.
Yeah.
While the value of the vehicle is much higher, so, and we
don't do that with them.
No, not really.
That'll be a good point to start.
Yeah, so we need to, not wait till we do them all at once, we need to get them staggered, try to do, maybe like in 3 years, 3 of you rolls off, and then that way the value of them is much, much higher on the trade-in. But I'll move for approval of the 2000.
A motion and a second to approve the master open-end vehicle lease with D&M Leasing. Fair, whatever it is.
So how
For 8
many,
vehicles.
how many is that for?
8.
Okay.
Motion's for 8.
All of what you wanted, but I would request that you take a look at, you know, replacing some of them sooner than later, so that this doesn't happen again.
Right. Well, and some of them too, it's kind of like enterprise. They may contact us and say, hey, the values of these trucks are really high, so we're gonna have you trade them in and then replace those, so it's the same as enterprise. I mean, so it may vary, you know, as far as the value of the trucks. Used trucks get a lot of money today.
I picked on poor Charlie's department, a fleet of 2, because they wanted to get 2 trucks last year. Yeah, we staggered. So I apologize to you.
Well, you know, and I know it sounds like a lot, but, you know, we still got heavy equipment and dump trucks that are old too. And, you know, we've gotten rid of a lot of equipment, old equipment that have gone in on good trades where the values are pretty good. I think by the time we're done this year, we will have gotten rid of 26 pieces of equipment
I understand.
off of our inventory, so.
Well, the need's there. We don't need you on foot, so we gotta keep our roads up. But I'm, you know, I'm like Harley. If we can try to stagger down the road, it sure would be beneficial.
But I gotta admit, well, I think it's commendable that you've gotten 11 years
Yeah.
of service out of these vehicles, so that's being frugal with
Right.
the taxpayers' money.
Yes.
And I
It is.
Thank you.
So just to clarify, Kelly, there's 5 quotes with that, right? So will this be, are all 5 of those vehicles available? The judge needs to sign all 5?
Not real sure. We had heard that somebody had gone in on one that they have actually there at the dealership. But then Tony, the shop manager, told me that he wasn't sure if that truck, if the guy was able to get financing on it or not. So if it's there, we're gonna take them.
So at this point, just sign the lease, but not those quotes yet?
Yeah, I think that would be fine.
Okay.
Sign the lease and not the quotes.
Till we know exactly which vehicle.
Yep. Some will have to be ordered. I think there was 4 that were built that they had on the lot, and this is Dodge Ram and New Braunfels Blue Bonnet, and I think 1 pickup truck, and I think the rest of them have to be ordered. So
Kelly, are you gonna be able to transfer and utilize some of the old toolboxes? Are we on those types of trucks, or are we gonna have to?
we might be able to. What we can use, we will. Body styles on pickups change though, and sometimes the headache racks because of the way that they've done the sides of the bed for aerodynamics. Sometimes they don't fit, but if we have something we can use, we will.
Sure.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second on the floor. Any more discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay, that finishes the timed items. Do we need to take a break? Take a 5-minute break. back to order. I apologize, let's go back on the agenda to 1.7, which is where we stopped at that break and timed items. And that is consider, discuss, take appropriate action to approve a $2,934 donation, which was too good, from Kerr County Crime Stoppers for the purchase of Stat Track traffic data collection box for the Kerr County Sheriff's Office to be entered into line item 72-370-531 and to be transferred to line item 72-562-569 for payment. Sheriff Lecter.
Okay, let's clarify those line items. This item's been purchased on behalf of the Kerr County Sheriff's Office from Crime Stoppers, so it's already paid for. Just need y'all's approval. And basically this item, I think it's going to be a very valuable tool. Right now we're working on some policies and procedures before we implement it. I know Lieutenant Gage has been talking to Commissioner Harris, but this is an item we'll be able to go. I consistently get calls all the time for speeders. I know y'all do too in certain areas. Everybody's speeding. But this tool we'll be able to deploy. I don't want to say a whole lot about it, but we'll be able to deploy it probably 2 weeks at a time. And then if we identify an issue, one thing this will help, this will give us when the main traffic is, the times, when the speeds are, early morning, afternoon. Then we deploy a deputy to take care of business on that. So we're just looking for your approval, be able to accept this. You know, maybe in the future we'll be getting another one, but we'll see how this one goes.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the donation of almost $3,000 from the Kerr County Crime Stoppers to the Sheriff's Office for a Stat Track data collection box.
Tongue twister, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Thanks.
1.8, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to surplus items from the Treasurer's Office, County Jail, and County Extension Office. Michelle.
Yes, you have 3 different lists in front of you. The treasurer, I believe, is the chair. The Aggregate Extension Office, there are also, I think, 3 chairs, and there's a whole list of supplies from the jail.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the surplus items as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 1.9, consider, discuss, take appropriate action to approve the budget calendar for fiscal year 23-24. Michelle.
Yes, this, looking into the summer to get every one of the workshops on schedule and to help with everyone's schedules, we want to present this budget calendar for your approval. The dates could change if we, if y'all have conflicts with some of them, if you'll let them know, we can switch it up, but
I don't remember a year we haven't changed something yet.
Yeah.
this is standard every year.
I had a question on the August 21st, that Monday. That's just when we set the public hearing? Or
Just a second. Adoption of the budget. So we're setting the hearing. Oh, just a second.
On the
Let me
7th.
look at that and clarify that, because that's a great question. This just may be our helps that tell us how many days we have to do it before the actual
Okay.
adoption starts, so that we can count backwards. So let me
It
review
wasn't
that
clear to
and
me.
get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
I move for approval.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to approve as may be supplemented. Michelle. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, moving back to the next item on the agenda, being item 1.22. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to authorize Commissioner Ladson, County Judge, to submit appropriate documents to the City of Kerrville regarding the development of the property located off Spur 100, the new KCA Animal Control Facility, and update the status of site planning for the project.
I mentioned, I believe, at one of our previous meetings, one of the first part of that agenda item is that the property needs to be rezoned. We think it should be proper to rezone it. And that process takes a number of signatures and things going on. We're still talking to the city a little bit whether it's should be zoning PI, which is public institutional, or CM, which is something about kennels, dog kennels.
It's PI now, isn't it?
No,
It's not.
it's residential.
It's a 16 acres, the new 16 acres.
It's residential right now. I'm not sure what that code is for residential, but it is residential. So we're looking at doing that, and they're looking at trying to get on the city has their timelines, and it doesn't match up with our court timeline for us to get this done. So it is basically just authorize basically for me to continue to work with Peter Lewis and the city, and then the judge to sign the documents to get the process moving for rezoning the property. That's the first part of it. And the second part is an update, and it's a couple of things. The city did a floodplain study several years ago. We have re-looked at that, or we have, and our hydrologists look at it. We may look at amending that study, which would change the area that property does, how it's used. That will require going back to FEMA and working with the city. But that's all in the work. This is kind of informational. The other thing we're in our meetings, and we had looking at the site plans and met with representatives from KPA, Reagan and myself, and Peter Lewis. And one of the things that came up is that would it be permissible for us to maybe reduce some of our building a little bit and allow KPA, I believe the chemical side reduce it, KPA currently, but someone else in the future, to lease a portion of that property and handle the adoptions at the location, but not in our building. It's kind of a, Peter kind of wanted to bring that forward to say, is that an option that we would even entertain? Or would we say, no, we want it all to be one building that we control it? We have talked about.
You're talking about setting a precedent.
No, it's just that.
Where else do we have that?
Well, I mean, I guess the precedent would be that we're going to enter into a contract with KPA to handle our adoption, so we don't have to do it. Basically, that's what we're looking at doing, and they would need a place to do it. It doesn't make sense for us to take dogs under our custody and control, move it to an off-site location, and then bring it back. So the options are to see if KPA could have their own little facility on our property, and it would be a lease. And if KPA disappeared, so would the lease. But it would enable, the other option is that we continue to handle the pet adoptions as we do, and KPA would just use our facility. That requires probably a little bit more square footage to do it that way. But it's a matter of.
I guess I'm just a little confused. I mean,
let me give you the cliff notes first. Okay. We got a lot of sensitive things to talk to the city about, and quite frankly, we're walking on very tenderly with this. But the property that we need to develop over the 16 acres that we bought, there are floodplain issues. We've always had floodplain issues in that area over there, and they haven't gone away, and we're going to have to deal with them politely. Okay. We're going to have grading issues because of the floodplain. Here's how we're going to have to handle grading on that property. We need to talk to them about that. We've got to talk to them about the zoning issue. See how it just kind of, and because we do have the animal control facility that we're getting ready to build, and KPA wants to talk to us about being able to have a presence on site, although be it detached.
That's what I want clarification about.
Well, that's just, they're talking about.
But that's not the city.
They've been asking us that from the get-go.
KPA is not the city.
No. So you got,
so
it's all animal control issues.
Are we going to build a separate?
No.
They would spend their money to build whatever they need.
What they are looking at doing is bringing in some sort of a temporary type building and having it there, and then they would build their own kennels to house the adoptable dogs. We still would have you have multiple categories of dogs. Some that are picked up that have, 72 hours before anything can be done. They need to be kind of in one area where they're not seen by anybody else. Because people want to, they see it, they want to adopt it. And we have dogs that are quarantined for various reasons. And we also have dogs that, once they go through the system, are adoptable. And KPA works a lot with that group of dogs. And right now, I mean, one plan is to have part of the kennel area house those dogs. What we're looking at, the other option is to have some of those dogs, or all of them, and cats, I say dogs and cats, housed over at us on site at a different location that we would not be responsible for building.
Well, that ought to be discussed after the fact.
But we can't design a facility till we know the direction.
You can have some kind of an area.
It's all square footage driven. And we have to know what we can afford to do, and we can't.
It all needs to stay in within the 5.75
These are all
million.
related issues
Right.
that we're familiar with. And the design of that facility is something that's critical for him to know, for us to be able to get things started. And that's what
He
he dragged into it.
could probably design two options, but he doesn't even, there's no reason for him to waste his time if we're gonna say, no, we're not gonna allow something like that.
I understand that, but I have, my main concern is that you would have anyone ever have access to Kerr County property.
That's on their wish list, and it has been from the get-go.
I don't want anybody, just like we don't want to, we have policy about the usage of the courthouse lawn. We have to have policy about something like that, so that people don't have gate codes or get into a facility they shouldn't be in, and all of this sort of thing. So if there's a piece of property, a lot of us have done this, where you build a house and then you say, at some point, we're gonna do this, that, and the other here on this same piece of property. There's no hard, fast rule against that, or is there, I don't see that there, Peter Lewis knows what he's doing. He knows how to plan for something like that. So I would say we do this now, and I understand what you're talking about, allowing for that. But you don't necessarily have to pour a slab for them or anything else. I say if they're gonna lease a piece of property from the county, then they lease that piece of property from the county and do what they have to do to make it work for them.
Right, but Peter has to know what direction to go. Do we design so that the entire adoption portion is in our building or not in our building?
I would say it's an outbuilding. It's outsourced. Just like you said a moment ago, you said, if it ever goes away or anything, then that goes away too.
Right.
What it means, I mean, you could expand into an area that they had. I don't think that there should be access to Kerr County property from other organizations.
Agreed.
Any place, not in this building.
We do right now.
Where,
Down patrol facility.
I know that they're there,
in
but
the
we're
event
trying to
center.
plan for something. We're planning for something better.
Right,
the
and
event
that would be,
center.
they'd have access to that property if they had their own facility.
What?
They would have to access the county property if they had a separate.
The part they lease.
Right,
Yeah.
okay.
I mean, I'm seeing a chain link fence in between what's Kerr County property and what they lease. That's the way I would do it. That way there's no question about anything. You got a little gate there, and lock it up on the weekend or whenever. You have to keep them simple.
The practice.
That's not really the issue.
That's why I said this should be done after the
We got
fact.
stuff we gotta talk to the city, we gotta get worked out.
Right.
Well, we gotta work out this too. I mean, this is an important thing.
But that always involves KPA coming with a seat at the table.
But this is-
what you're saying is keep everything separate from the time being.
Right. That's what I think.
And I don't know what we do.
Well,
John, let me ask a question. And I'm visualizing maybe them
I think
building.
we're on two different levels here.
Maybe Peter needs to go ahead with some very preliminary designs that helps us understand what we're talking about, what the difference is in these two scenarios.
It's all money. Yeah, we can do that, but it's all.
Yeah, and I agree. If we can
Real
sim-
preliminary.
If we can simplify this, I'm visualizing something like the building we put out down at the shelter now for Reagan and them. Them getting a building, something like that, with some kennels in the back of it.
Correct.
So if that building ever, that would be their building, if it ever went away, if it was fixed kennels, they would remain. They would fix on a leased property.
Right, and if it was a permanent, if they happened to build a permanent building, it'd be much like
Right.
Little League fields, where Little League built them and county owns them
Right.
at the end of the lease.
Well,
I understand that.
but my concern goes back to access.
Well, that's
Well, I think that
And
I think that
liability.
I would recommend that you talk to Reagan about how we currently operate, because
I've
we're
seen
gonna
them,
have,
I know what they do and sit there and watch that.
we're gonna have to increase staff if we don't use volunteers to help with adoption. We have to do something with the animals.
Well, the county is not an adoption agency. We're tasked with rounding up nuisance
But
animals.
we have to do something with the animals when we get them in our facility. We can't just let them just sit there.
There's a lot of, look, here's what I'm getting at, Jonathan. There are at least 3 other adoption places in Kerr County, right?
Sure.
And the county doesn't have any kind of agreement with them whatsoever. KPA came out of people being concerned with what's going on at the Kerr County Animal Shelter. It grew out of that. So that's the only real reason we have had an association with them. Because there's plenty of other adoption agencies. It came from a lot of controversy and people wanting to no-kill children. And we have helped them and facilitated a lot of it so far.
They have helped us.
They've helped us with that part of it too. I'm not saying it's not a mutual aid society, but I'm just saying that I don't think that a private or a nonprofit should have access to the county's anything. And by anything, I mean anything.
I think that if we can figure out how to save the taxpayers money by using volunteers, we should explore.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm
But that's
talking
what
about
it is.
dividing up the property. If they're gonna lease part of the property, that doesn't mean they have the keys to the building that belongs to Kerr County.
I agree with what you're
Much
saying, the
different
fence down
than a cleared, bright red line. This is what you guys do, this is what we do, and we might meet, and there's gonna be, obviously, there's gonna continue to be meetings and conversations.
Sure.
And how it's all done logistically with the new building. But
I
get
think
the
what
animals.
you're saying isn't realistic from how it works. I mean, I think we have county staff on things, but they're gonna have to work together with county staff if we do it. And I say KPA because they're the organization right now that's volunteered to do it.
Sure.
KPA isn't gonna be around forever. I doubt. Maybe it will be, I don't know. But this is for any future organization as well. I think that if we can get a nonprofit of some sort to handle a portion of the adoption, which we have to do something with these animals, that is a win for everybody. It can be KPA, it can be Freeman and Fritz, I don't know, making her food is. It's just, and this is a mechanism to do it. And if we can do that, then we don't have to have county staff do it. That's the direction. And Peter's want to know, is this something we'd entertain? It sounds like we entertain it, but we're not going to say we're going to do it. I mean,
I'm for anything that saves the taxpayer dollars. You know, particularly if we don't have to spend $5.75 million, I'm all for it. If somehow this is gonna save us.
we'll do that. It's going to, yeah. Okay. I'll try to relay that back.
I'm sure they're seeing the video.
But yeah, hopefully Peter watched it.
And can we talk to the city?
Yeah, and then the other thing, I'll make a motion to authorize myself as county judge to proceed with working with the city on replatting that property. Sure. Second.
Got a motion and a second, Tony. Any other discussion? Technically, discussion comes after the motion and the second, but it's okay. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.23, an update on the status of the interlocal agreement between Kerr County and the City of Kerrville for the provision of animal control services within the City of Kerrville and the services of the Bud Holdsworth Memorial Library for residents of Kerr County.
All right. What I want to do here is first the statement I left to read. I sent a copy of it to Commissioner Harris, Mr. E.A. Hoppy, and to the mayor, Mr. Eichner. And the mayor responded that she believes this is accurate. And no action is needed by either entity to proceed.
Source information.
Yes. And I was going to read it. Effective March 13th, 2023, the interlocal agreement between Kerr County, Texas and the City of Kerrville, Texas for the provision of animal control services within the City of Kerrville, Texas, and the services of the Bud Holdsworth Memorial Library for the residents of Kerr County was terminated. and that was terminated based on action taken by this court in December. In the past several months, there have been several meetings between representatives from Kerr County and the City of Kerrville regarding these agreements. During these meetings, it was determined that there is no governmental need for the continuation of this interlocal agreement. The Bud Holdsworth Library is a department of the City of Kerrville and will be operated solely by the City of Kerrville. Kerr County Animal Services is a department of Kerr County and will be operated solely by Kerr County. Moving forward, Kerr County, as the county rabies control authority, will continue to provide the same level of service in Kerr County as it currently does and as it may be amended from time to time. This level of service will be the same within the incorporated limits of the City of Kerrville as it is throughout the entire county. Our understanding, or my understanding, is that the City of Kerrville will continue to provide access to the Bud Holdsworth Memorial Library to all residents of Kerr County under the same basis, which is currently at no cost for the residents that live within the incorporated city limits of the City of Kerrville and those that live outside the incorporated city limits of the City of Kerrville. We believe this is an example of the City of Kerrville and Kerr County continuing to work together for the betterment of all residents of Kerr County. So that's what we're doing for. There's no longer an agreement, and there will not be one. We will continue to provide animal control services, basis rabies control, as we may modify the policy countywide. And the city is going to provide free access to the Bud Holdsworth Memorial Library to all residents of Kerr County.
Now, this does not change anything as far as my views or condoning what's happened at the library. And I can tell you, the short term that I was supposedly on the library board, I sent several questions to the librarian that were totally ignored. So, what I would tell the public out there, if you have a problem with it, we don't have a voice at the table. It's up to you. You know, you can either agree or disagree with the library. You know, and you can change things if you want to change them in the ballot box. There's a couple of people running for city council that their silence on the issue has been overwhelming, been deafening. So that's where I would leave.
We have a member of the public who wants to address the court. Ms. Bergson?
Barbara Ferguson. I live on Dry Hollow Drive here in Kerrville. And the one aspect of what was read that was different than I think what the commissioners talked about back in November was that the services to the city, animal services to the city, would continue as they have been. Now, I understand that the state requires certain things from the county when it comes to animal services, the rabies and things like that. However, I know back in November there was discussion that probably maybe a vehicle or two would no longer be needed for pickup if they were not having to serve the city, that the overwhelming number of dogs that were picked up were from the city. And I'm just concerned that what you're looking at here in this proposal is that nothing has changed, and I think a whole lot has changed. We're concerned about our services to the animals in our community, and I'm an animal lover, but yet we're not concerned about our children. This is not going away. Every meeting I have, this comes up from the citizens. What are we going to do? Now, this is going to go forward. The city's going to have to deal with it. San Antonio Express dealt with it. There was a big article in the paper. If you haven't seen it, you should read it. It's not going away because the issue is wrong. Sexualizing children is wrong. And I'm surprised that the county commissioners are looking at an agreement that says, oh, nothing to see here, all going back to normal. There are some changes that could be made. I'd suggest if you can get rid of one of those vehicles, use the money you save and fix that road in that poor Center Point division you heard about earlier. We can do something. And I just would suggest that you look at how can we save the county some money now. We don't need to be providing services that we said we were not going to serve. And I think it's time to look to save the county a few bucks. Thank you.
Three comments that, Ferguson, one, there are things we're not gonna do any longer that were in the agreement that we were required to do. So they're in, you know, the other thing about we negotiate, there's no option, there's no agreement. We terminated the agreement, so there's nothing to negotiate.
Right.
At the moment. The city is very aware, and we met with the mayor, as to why we took the action we did and what, you know, that whole thing. So, and it's, you're totally correct. It's on them. It's their library. They need to run it the way they want to. There's some things that, you know, we no longer have a representative on library. They no longer have a representative on our animal advisory committee. It was made very clear to them that, you know, we will treat all county residents the same. If we reduce staff, they will have less service. If we don't buy trucks, you know, I mean, there's lots of things, but we're gonna treat all residents of the county the same. And we're not gonna do anything additional in the city of Kerrville that we're not doing in the rest of the county. That's the agreement. That's what I just said.
Nothing additional for the city other
Right.
than, okay. So there's no longer, the city is not going to be responsible for some of their own animal services then?
What we're doing is rabies control.
It's their choice.
Yeah.
It's their choice what they want to do.
It's they can do more. If they want to do more, they have the ability to pass the ordinance and do it. But we're not gonna do it for them. We're gonna treat all residents exactly the same.
Okay.
No matter where you live.
Well, my question was, in the agreement, I'm not sure what you titled what you just read from. What's the
That's
title?
something I wrote. Something I wrote.
It's just a
so I could get it exactly written right.
Okay, well, I think they're going to be, if you would clarify some of that, there are going to be a lot of questions from the public, just like I have right now. What are you talking about? We're going to do everything the same that we have been doing. There was an interlocal agreement to provide services to the city for animal control. That no longer is in place. What did that entail?
That's why that's why it was decided that there's no reason for the agreement.
So you did nothing for them?
We did some things in the agreement that we're no longer doing.
That agreement was negotiated between Bonnie White and Tom Moser, and I asked them what it means.
Okay, well, I guess I'd like to know then what the list, you know, I'd like to see a list. What have you been doing?
If you get a copy of the interlocal agreement, there's 5 or 6, the county shall. That's what we're not required to do anymore.
Okay, and none of those are impacted by state laws that require you to do certain things?
No, we defer it to, you know, there were some, you know, hours of operation that were required and number of staffing. There's things like that that were talked about. Now it's up to basically for our director of that department, Reagan Giddens, to determine how he wants to operate. And it'll be the same countywide. Everyone's going to be treated the same.
Okay. But
It's up to us, of course, from the budget standpoint.
no. But those list of things under the interlocal agreement will no longer be provided?
Correct. Unless they're provided to all of the county residents.
There's no obligation either way. And whether there were ever really any obligations either way, other than an agreement to do that, I don't know. I understand why you're perplexed. But we're gonna provide the same animal services whether you live in the county or not. Whether you live in the city or not. It's gonna be the same.
The standard really,
Same thing with Ingram. No, it's not up there.
yeah, the standard is the state law, basically. We're tasked with implementing.
Well, no. Let me correct that.
All counties are tasked with implementing state law.
Yes, that's true. But my first year in office, if you remember, and I made a lot of mistakes, this is probably one of them, but I pointed out to the public the things that the county was obligated to do and the things that we voluntarily chose to do. And a couple of those that were very heated at the time, animal services and veteran services. And let me tell you, I got my, what handed to me several times over those issues. And if you look around now, I support nearly everything the animal services people want, and I support the veterans. They convinced me of the merits of their cause. And to do what we're doing with animal services and what we're doing with veterans is something that we as a community value, and we choose to do it even though not required by state law. And that's true.
Right, but the minimum, if you want to see what the template is, it's state law. And if you want to see what's been eliminated, you take the old agreement that was between the city and the county and see what additional was provided, and you'll see what's been eliminated.
The
If that makes
additional
sense.
was minimum.
Yeah, it wasn't
It was
much.
minimum.
And the additional won't result in any cost savings for the county?
Minimum.
It depends, going forward, how, you know.
Yeah, it gives us the flexibility to run the department as we want to run the department. There were some strings that, you know, and we were doing it that way, but they really weren't strings, but we can change it now. When we had the interlocal agreement, we couldn't unilaterally change things on how we operate. In some areas.
And as an example, because I sat through some of what we call the Animal Services Council or whatever it is. The city had a representative on there, and I'm telling you, the city's voice was heard. Both of them heard. And it affected the way we ran animal services. Now, we don't know at this point what's going to change with animal services, but the city's not going to have a say in what it is. I can tell you that. It's going to all be done out of county. And they want the same thing to do with the library, frankly. At this point, they can have it. The library's a good thing, and I understand these issues, but those are now city problems. They're not county problems.
Okay. I just wanted some clarification on the interlocal agreement and what all it entailed and what changes. I appreciate your time.
Does show the importance of elections. Yes.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Okay, that was just an update, informational. We'll move on to item 1.24, which is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to determine whether to allow the retail fireworks permit holders to sell fireworks to the public in celebration of San Jacinto Day. I said that correctly.
You did.
I grew up in Miller, we had San Jacinto Junior High School. It's now San Jacinto.
You know, I've been told the reason it's pronounced San Jacinto is because the Anglos won the war. They said it any darn way they wanted to.
That said, Philippines used to do it. I put this on the agenda because we have to decide. And by the way, San Jacinto Day, San Jacinto Day, is April 21st.
Love birthday, by the way.
Well, that ought to be
Cool.
no motion here.
I don't remember it a little bit.
It won't matter what we say. There'll be fireworks in this house.
Unless we get a whole lot of rain,
Yeah.
I'm not seeing this.
I mean, if we get a lot of rain, but it would have to be raining close to the event, then, you know, it's kind of hard to tell these people whether they can sell or not unless they can sell.
As long as we do nothing, it's taken care of.
So if we do nothing,
Pass.
moving right along, it's what 125. Consider, discuss, take appropriate action to extend the submission date for the request for sealed bid regarding the lease of the Kerr County Juvenile Facility to May 15 by 5 p.m. They were,
Part of that also needs to be that with submission date extension, the submission opening needs to be extended to the May 22nd court date at 9:30. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Judge.
No,
Thank you.
why don't you get it right?
What was the opening date?
May
The
22nd?
As you know, we couldn't sell the juvenile detention facility because we couldn't get an appraisal on it, because there was no other comparable one in the state. So then we couldn't lease it because we didn't know what a fair lease value was. So when we had Commissioner Gibson on the court, he came up with a really good idea, and that was, let's create a market. Let's put out a request for sealed bids and see what they're willing to pay. And we put it under contract, if you recall, with rights of passage. And they were going to pay us, I think it was like $17,000 a month, which is pretty good income. 48-bed juvenile detention facility. And then they ran their numbers and withdrew their their offer. And then with this new legislature, some things have happened. They came back to us, expressed some more interest in whether or not they could possibly lease the place. And we said, well, if this submission of proposals have long since passed, and for 3 years. So we went back to the county attorney. She said we had to repost. We reposted it for 30 days. Well, the legislature is still in session, and they're still talking, and there's talks about grants and stuff coming out. We don't know what they're going to do. And I was asked, would we mind just extending that period for anybody that's interested in making a proposal to us until they see what's happening with the legislature? So we said, ask them how many days. He said 45. That's what we did. And it's just trying to keep it alive.
And that's the May 22nd, you said?
The 22nd will be the hearing. The deadline for submitting the proposal is May 15th.
Okay.
Does this need to be republished?
Yes.
Yes.
I was just sending you an email.
Yes. So I make a motion that we extend the deadline as presented. Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Good. Interesting day. Let's move on to the approval agenda. 2.1, budget amendments.
There are not any.
2.2, pay bills.
Yes, invoices for today's consideration amount to $1,410,280.30.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the bills as presented, taking the bills as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. 2.3, late bills.
Yes, we have 2 invoices that amount to $5,489.42.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the late bills as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Auditor reports.
I'm going to report back on Commissioner Harris's question earlier on item 1.8. The 4 items that are listed there under August the 21st will all be agenda action items on that day. So we will have the public hearing. We will set the amount of the salaries, expenses, and allowances for the elected county and precinct officers. We will adopt the budget, or at least vote to adopt it, and then also set the proposed tax rate and the date of the proposed tax hearing on August the 21st.
So that's D-Day.
Yes.
Okay. Item 2.5, monthly reports.
Yes, another big list for February 2023. Justice of the Peace, it's Precinct 1, Nancy French. I move for approval.
Second.
We got a motion and a second.
Yes.
Wrap it up. Yeah, I know.
Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Court orders.
Court orders from our March 13th meeting, 39869 to 39887, all be in order. Motion to approve.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, information agenda, 3.1, tax enforcement department heads. Okay, there being none, we move on to 3.2, tax enforcement elected officials. Being none, 3.3, tax enforcement liaison commissioners. None? Being none, we move on. In executive session, we have advice from our attorney under 4.1A is considered discuss take appropriate action regarding pending and possible litigation. 4.2A is to consider discuss take appropriate action to discuss retirement under TCBRS regarding a part-time employee. And then under 4.3, which is contract negotiations, we have consideration of the developer of Eagle Ridge Road development. We'll talk about it in executive session. So in order on the contract negotiations, we're going to have to take a vote whether or not we think that it determine whether we believe that the holdings of these discussions in an open meeting will have a detrimental effect on the position of the Commissioners Court in the negotiations. And I assure you it would. And we have an attorney opinion.
Yes, sir.
We have a motion and a second. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. We'll go into executive.
I did.
Oh, thank you.
So we're going to go into executive session. Let's take a 5-minute break. Reconvene.
job.
Okay.
Is that it?
Yeah.